to move the Philpott campground, which had been switched to day use. We're looking to move that back into being a campground. And also, I'm thrilled to say we anticipate getting the Burnt Ranch campground open very soon. So, and much of those openings and these opportunities are made possible through our successes in hiring. So we've gone from a permanent staff of 9, and we've added another 5 employees, and looking to add 6 more that should be on by the end of August for sure. So that's a huge win for us. Hiring. Speaking of hiring, I wanted to make sure that I let you know we're hiring right now. We're looking to hire forestry technicians. These are folks that go out and help us with layout. You just have to pretty much know your way around the woods, understand tree species. And we're looking to add 14 forestry tech positions that are at that entry level position. And those jobs are open right now on USA Jobs. And if you call either one of our district offices, we have folks that can help navigate the application process. On a side note, I would like to, if possible, switch my attendance to the meeting or the Forest Service report outs to the first meeting of the month, because one of my internal meetings is now conflicts with my appearance here. So if we could move it to the first meeting, that'd be great. August would be great. Okay, that's what I had for you, but I'm open for questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Tara. Questions?
Tara, I don't have a question, but I share some feedback. I was up in Coffee Creek for other reasons this weekend, and someone reported they'd been at the Trinity Center Marina, and they've been asking, folks up there have been asking for the dock, and a courtesy dock, I guess it's called. And I've reached out to Sarah about it, and she was looking into things, but I gather her last report was that at that time, a couple of weeks ago, the water had to come up another 9 feet to be at whatever designated level. The only reason I bring this up is that a 66-year-old woman slipped, broke a rib and cracked 2 ribs, trying to get in and out of her boat there. And basically the person telling me this, her husband, was saying, wouldn't have been the case if there had been a courtesy dock. So I'm just passing that along so that, Sarah can have that information as she considers whatever regulations we have, but also what the public interest is.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that information.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Anything further? All right. With that, Tara, thank you. Hope you have a great day. Appreciate you being here. We'll see you at the next board meeting.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara.
All right. Item 1.2, receive a presentation from Trinity County Visitors and Development Bureau, Trinity County Historical Society, Weaverville Chamber of Commerce, Hayfork Chamber of Commerce, Trinity County Arts Council, Humboldt Trinity Recreation Alliance, and Trinity County Information Services regarding their coordinated marketing plan. So Carla Avila is here representing all of these entities as one. And Carla, thank you. I know a lot of hard work has gone into this. We're very pleased and excited to hear what you have to share.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman Cox and Board Supervisors. Good morning. It is a great pleasure for us to be able to be here to present the work product that we have been working on. And Ashley, I don't know if you have access to our slide presentation from Laura, correct? So we are here to discuss investing in the future of tourism for Trinity County. And as you all well know, one of Trinity's most invaluable assets lies in the influx of tourists and the significant financial contribution they make to the county. These visitors, through their expenditures, provide vital support to not only our local establishments, including restaurants, resorts, retail, lodging, grocery, and recreational businesses, but also provide the opportunity for Trinity County to see long-term standing revenue that can then bring us an incredible return on our investment, including to the county coffers. And so what we're trying to do today is demonstrate how we hope we can move forward with tourism initiatives in Trinity County. So currently the TOT marketing partners are the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce, Weaverville Chamber of Commerce, Hayfork Chamber of Commerce, Trinity County Visitors Bureau, Visitors Center, Trinity County Arts Council, and the Humboldt Trinity Recreation Alliance serving South County. The TOT marketing partners believe that now is the time to prudently invest funds in a focused strategy to market all county assets and realize the best possible marketing and economic results for all county stakeholders. Over the years, Trinity County has maintained long-standing relationships with local organizations that have been entrusted with the promotion of tourism. Historically, TOT funds were at $150,000 allocated to this cause. By receiving half of this funding in the past, the Trinity County Chamber successfully employed a director and part-time staff to undertake the crucial tasks of marketing Trinity County and managing the visitor center. However, in 2003, the Board of Supervisors drastically reduced the tourism allocation to $70,000 to be split between the 6 different organizations, with $27,000 dedicated to the Historical Society to keep the museum open. So this left literally $43,000 to actually market Trinity County and no staff to execute the work. Despite inflation and the rising costs of advertising, insurance, and goods, no further financial support has been allocated in Trinity County to promote tourism since. And so today, in today's terms, adjusted for inflation, the equivalent of $70,000 in 2003 dollars would surpass $117,000 today. Without the literal 10,000 hours of volunteerism, next slide, please, Ashley. These are some of our volunteers here. 10,000 hours a year are allocated by volunteers to tourism. Without these volunteers, these partner organizations would not be able to produce the outcome that we have, and it's not a sustainable future. We do lead the growth of tourism, and we want to bring increased revenue to Trinity County. So we'll move on. Even without adequate funding dedicated to tourism, the TOT partners have demonstrated an incredible value in the return on investment and managed to invest, in addition to volunteer hours and personal organizational funds, a lot of investment into what results in our current tourism. So currently we have $43,000 dedicated to tourism, 10,000 volunteer hours, about $12,500 annually from memberships and donations that go towards this, 4 websites promoting Trinity County that have been developed for tourism, 8 social media platforms, and then over $50,000 spent on advertising every year by these organizations on tourism, over 25 events annually supporting Trinity County. And we have seen that we have been able to accumulate over 14,000 visitors between the visitor center, our events, and sites where we can actually count how many people arrive, and over 450,000 engagements or impressions online for people interested in visiting Trinity County. So that's just out of these $43,000 plus what these organizations have additionally invested. But the success that we have seen with this minimal funding is in the last year, we have had a 9% increase in website visits, 15% increase in social media engagements, over 7,000 in-person engagements at the visitor center, over 6,000 phone calls at the visitor center, and that's not including the other organizations' phone calls, and over 860,000 that we can count impressions across all our platforms and advertising distribution reach. Plus, over the 25 special events, we have seen at least 7,000 of those visitors come from outside of the county. So in addition to this, we have a digital asset collection project currently filming the entire county through the seasons to capture businesses, events, tourist activities, resulting in a solid collection of marketing photos and videos for use across all of these platforms. We have multiple Facebook and Instagram accounts, creating online visibility, and we are sharing information among the partners collaboratively so that we can cross-promote in a effective way. We also have, as I mentioned, the multiple websites. We have cornerstone cultural events. We have an incredible network, including not only our local networks, but regionally and across the state, including the Arts Council, the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association, Visit California and Upstate California, and collaboration with regional chambers of commerce. We're also in the process of developing a new revitalized organizational structure. Via this unification process, we are developing a streamlined, unified, single 501c3 entity with balanced representation of all stakeholders in county-wide regions whose dedicated focus is tourism promotion of Trinity County. So we'll go ahead and move on. And this is just an example of the work product that is being developed at this point in time. This is an example of the video that we will be conducting across the county, across every region. So this is just one example. But what we're seeing is while these partners formally organize, collaborate to put our marketing efforts into one focused strategy, we're seeing an incredible result. Even without, don't know how this will be legitimately sustainable. And what we want to see is this platform become 100% sustainable, and not only sustainable, but bring a return on investment for the future. And so that's what is an 825.6 jobs. So across California, travel spending in last year grew to 134 billion. The travel industry supported over 1 million jobs, and the tax revenue is over $11 billion. There's also domestic air flight, there's hotel, motel, heads and bed. Now, if you compare Trinity County, our stats, you know, when you look at them on their own, aren't horrible, but then suddenly you look at the comparison, and we are only capturing 5% of the North State's regional tourism market. So if you look at the numbers, Sonoma is at $2.2 billion spent by tourists per year. Mendocino and Shasta are coming in at about 480 something million per year. And this really is literally in Humboldt, tourists are spending 8 times more money either in Shasta or Humboldt, but they're not making it right across to Trinity. And this is where the concern really lies. So how do we capture this market? How do we join our neighbors so that we're part of winning this race? If we look at what our neighbors are doing, which we have been researching intensively over the last year, you will see that Siskiyou has invested in their Epic in Every Direction campaign. And then if we move on, we'll look at just examples. Reading, Set, Go. Visit Reading has words tourism can do for just one community. But what we're seeing is that in Shasta, we now have $485 million a year being spent on tourism right next door. Go ahead and keep going. And in Humboldt, same thing. $483 million being spent a year right next door because they have invested in to create a world-class marketing engine for Trinity County and rebuild the local economy. Simultaneously, we would see annual tourism-generated tax revenues increase. So compared to a total of 40 to 41 million in Humboldt County and 44 million in Shasta in just tax, our current average annual tax rates are a little over $1 million in sales and almost $2 million in gas tax. But that's an average total of under $3.5 million a year. Why we aren't seizing that day and seizing that moment and seizing that opportunity. So how do we take it to the next level? So in order to lead the future growth of tourism in Trinity County, we have to do more of what we've done, but we have to do it smarter, bigger, and better. So number one is unification of our TOT partnership so that there's one primary board that is in charge and dedicated fully with a staff to tourism marketing of Trinity County. Instead of, but together, we actually need a formal unification with personnel dedicated to that process. We haven't done that yet. This includes stabilizing our funding, launching for 3 years, but return on investment that will hold itself over time so that we're not in the future relying on the county coffers, but actually bringing money back to them. This involves, of course, master marketing tier efforts so that everybody is cohesively, strategically working together. And a new remodeled visitor center and office of operation, right? Most importantly, paid employees, personnel dedicated to tourism, which currently is this huge gaping hole that doesn't exist. So we'll continue. The new role of destination marketing and management. This is beyond heads and beds. This is aligning tourism, community, and economic development. It's a shift from just promoting communities to building communities. And the true goal is that quality of life for residents equals quality of place for visitors. So today, the TOT partners are here to formally ask for the funding to carry this forward. The plan for TOT partner unification is a collaborative, diverse board of stakeholders. So we will literally restructure them into a revitalized organization that can successfully able to enact an effective marketing effort and county-wide awareness and communication strengthened by this working together. So we'll go ahead and continue. Unification brings administrative efficiency, streamlining processes, common visions and goals, impactful marketing methods, focused planning, and protection against burnout, and sustainable investment in personnel capacity. So with dedicated professionals, we will see immediately an enhanced online presence. Everything we're trying to do will come together in a more strategic way. We will see those numbers go up. I will say that about 2019, Humboldt County had been investing approximately 60% of their TOT revenue into tourism. And they realized post-COVID, or kind of just on the cusp of coming out of that, that they weren't doing enough and they were severely underfunding themselves. Now, Trinity County in comparison spends about 16% of our TOT revenue on tourism. Then in 2019, Humboldt County at 60% realized they weren't hitting the mark. They today are dedicating 100% of their TOT dollars to tourism. And what we have learned, lessons learned from our neighbors, is that it is paying off for them. However, it is not crossing the borders to us because we haven't in turn developed our own internal strategy to bring from Shasta and Humboldt those dollars, those hundreds of millions of dollars a year right here. And if they're passing through, we're not giving them enough of an outreach marketing wise for them to have the awareness to decide to take the scenic route through Trinity County. But we're just one step away. We'll keep going. So before unification of the TOT partners, and I know you all know this has been a long, drawn out saga for many years, but we are in a new era here. Before, we were seeing overlapping marketing efforts. Everything is coordinated to the point where we can now see the dollars in our future. We'll keep going. So by creating a marketing master plan by and for all stakeholders, we invest in this marketing effort, the same sort of drive as these campaigns, as a Visit Reading, as Epic in Siskiyou. We all know that Trinity is just as is everyone choosing Siskiyou? Because Siskiyou has designated dollars to reaching those people where to come when they're passing up the I-5. So everything we're doing, implement this strategy in a way that is actually happen. And when we're always content, more visitors, opportunities to make a stronger first impression, and a shared working space for tourism partners. So really we're seeing now, and without these volunteers, we would not be where we are, but these people are going to burn out and return on our investment unless we invest in a way to make this a permanent momentum that doesn't have volunteers. We need somebody who all these people can go to and say, this is the person for tourism in Trinity County. And that person still does not exist. Okay, years with a positive revenue stream for the long term and a radical shift in tourism related revenues for Trinity County. What we risk if we do not invest in the future of tourism in Trinity County, we risk losing all of this money that's going to all of our neighbors. Wonderful for them. When you look at our number at the bottom, you just can't help but think, how are we missing this mark? And it's only because dollars into Trinity County. We'll keep going. So we're currently risking not being in a strong position to also partner with our neighboring counties because regional networking, and so we're not in a strong position to partner with Humboldt and Shasta and Mendocino and Siskiyou. The burnout of what equates to $200,000 of volunteer time is a long-term sustainability in what we have to offer, but who we currently don't reach, cannot reach with the dollars that we have, and who then choose to spend their dollars right next door. We'll keep going. We all know that tourism means certain things. What we gain investing, our return on investment. We know from what our neighbors have done that this works. We will have more heads in beds. We will have more day trippers. We will have more people stopping instead of driving through. We will have more tourism in the shoulder seasons, which we are seeing happen in Humboldt and Shasta. But again, the reason it's not crossing our borders, when we have so many businesses struggling to keep their staff employed all year round, and yet it's right there. It's right there at our fingertips. More meals served in restaurants, more purchases in stores, more interest in a thriving community. We know our culture is rich and vibrant, but how do we get it out to the world? So this investment would mean not only an increase in TOT feds, more overall revenue to the county coffers, increase in therefore services, equipment, and other needs the county may have, so that we're not just spending money on more revenue, so that in the future, when the sheriff needs something or the library needs something, those dollars are coming in from our tourists, and an increase in county revenue for county supported jobs. So this is the long-term gain. We can do this with a really pretty exceptionally frugal budget, but we know how to do a lot with a little in Trinity County. What we are asking today, so we already have a $70,000 allocated from TOT. We're hoping to keep that, and we're hoping to separate the museum so that there's a true $70,000 to tourism marketing. But today, what we're asking is to use the LATCF funding to kick in this $127,000 launch of what we believe will be the foundation of dedicated tourism personnel and the launch of true tourism marketing for Trinity County. Their support staff. Now this is sort of a bare bones. This is not 10 people. This is 1 to 3 people, but this is 1 to 3 dedicated people whose job advertising budget plus what we could put in, which would literally almost double what we're spending on advertising. Special events, and then because the Arts Council, we have a dedicated amount to cultural event tourism, and then because the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce also is a little bit of its own animal, and as we evolve this centralized entity, we will continue to look at how the Hayfork Chamber can kind of integrate into what we're looking at integrating with the Weaverville and Trinity Chamber and Visitors Bureau. But this is a process, so this is year 1. And in addition to the funding from the county, we know we can achieve $15,000 in memberships. We believe that number can go up, but we're being conservative here. And we know number could easily go up, but we're being conservative. With a $200,000 budget, we can make this happen. We'll go ahead and go on, Ashley. So the timeline for projected initiate the strategic marketing plan with that person's guided visionary leadership. We could have immediately by the end of this year, beginning of next year, we would see cohesively, trajectorily moving forward. And by March of next year, we would have a future funding plan for the long term, and we would probably already be seeing increases in all of our numbers, especially when you look at what happened in Siskiyou, Reading, and Humboldt when they implemented an increase in their dollars towards tourism. So tracking success, we would know immediately through sales tax, gas tax, TOT heads and beds, local businesses, which we would survey regularly, marketing research and analytics, which are very strong on our websites, but could definitely be improved to help us with that toolkit. That toolkit is really critical because this is our target audience, our target potential visitors, not just regionally, across the state, nationally, globally. We have international visitors from many different countries. We're seeing an increase in people from Asia, Europe, coming to Trinity of all places, literally flying to California from across the world to come here. And so we would have ways to track the success, and hopefully then immediately within 1 year, we would see local economic data and job growth improvements. We would be able to track all of this, and our dedicated personnel would be able to respond in real time to what's working and what isn't, so that this platform could move forward and continue to evolve. So investing in the future of Trinity. We have looked at a lot of research, again, from our neighbors across the region. And I want to play this one last work product video to end things. A lot of this is stuff that we have more effort without that dedicated personnel to make this happen. And what we're all finding is that when we finally have those key people out to the world in a way that's going to bring us those dollars, in a way that's going to manifest the things we're seeing happen in Humboldt and Shasta, and Siskiyou, that should be happening here. This is an of collaborative marketing of the TOT partners. As we have worked together really cohesively over the last year, we have realized where the holes are. We have learned from our neighbors.
And helping to put all of this together. This is a lot of research and collaborative effort, even just to make the presentation. Thank you for it. The board members?
I have a couple, but I'll let others go first.
Thank you. That was very informative, and I appreciate that. I love enthusiasm for this county because it really is a very cool place. I know that some of our big challenges are that our largest, well, not necessarily our largest, but one of our sales pitches is nature, and so we're up against that. I know that when we have forest fires, bookings get canceled. I know that when the river changes dramatically, unexpectedly, bookings get canceled, and so in talking to the folks in my district who own businesses on the river, they're what seem to be two of their first causes. And then the river, and then also 299 under chronic maintenance is a struggle. So you would think we would be good at getting people to stop here, right? It's like, then you can wait until the road work's done before you head on. But anyway, with all of that said, a couple things that over the last couple of years I've noticed and just had curiosities about is how can sideways off of the cruise ships that are now coming into Humboldt Bay, looking into ways that maybe we can establish or create a possibility for a day trip into Gold Country or something like that, where people get off the ship for the day and we bring them here and have them back, or if it's a one-night excursion over here. I think that would be something worthwhile into checking into. And then this is just an offer for support if it's ever wanted. Old Helena is devastating that it's been destroyed. I feel like we lost a true Trinity County gem by seeing that property be utterly destroyed and vandalized to the point of, I don't know if it's possible to restore it, but I have a huge heart for that area, and I'm happy to help with the Historical Society or anyone who wants to begin a process of restoration and trying to figure out how we can save that, what's left of that amazing historical landmark area there. And then two, one of the things that is super tiny in the Capitol building, where every county has a display. I would love to help with that. I have always wondered who did that. Keep that fresh. I go down there periodically, and it would be something I would volunteer for. And I love doing that type of stuff. But I think that's one way that we could really make people stop for a minute and take a look. I look at some of the stuff we have versus what other counties have, and we really could do some good work there. So I'm happy to help with that.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris, there has been a group of people have worked on that. They have a
recently?
beautiful display that is ready to go and be taken there.
Okay, good.
It's coming, yes.
Good. That's happy to hear
Could
that.
be updated on a more regular basis
Okay.
and maintained more up-to-date, accurate, and sleek and in the moment.
Good.
If we could-
It's
yeah.
been a while since I hear that it's like
That
on
it's
the move
happening.
up.
Yeah.
Yay, that's very good. That's all I have to say, except for thank you, and I look forward to seeing things go up.
Thank you.
Supervisor Litwiler.
I don't know, a couple things. One, I thought it was interesting that when we reached out to the folks at Siskiyou, they shared, when I was in person with them last week in Wairika, they said, oh yeah, hiring the first annual income from that was 330,000 or something like that. And their more current report is it's over 990,000, I
Yes,
think.
almost $1 million.
So they've tripled like this. So I thought that was very encouraging. And those folks have been very generous in saying they will come down and work with us anytime to help us do what they've been doing. And then, and your efforts, and I know you won't take all the credit, but your efforts leading our involvement in the state grants for Art Council work had a huge return. And I just think, and I don't think would happen without someone taking the helm. And so if you could just spend a minute or two, because I think it's just a very practical example about how.
So we recently received in Trinity County, $675,000 are coming in the California Creative Corps via grants that are coming directly to artists led a dedicated staff. And because of the personnel, we were able to put not only the word out that this money is available, but we were able and apply for this money. How can so the Arts Council actually led our artist effort, but the artists individually applied and received this funding. It could not have been possible to seek out those dollars and figure out the ways that they can match up with our local community in order to bring that investment here. And so we actually were expecting about $300,000 if you were to divide up this money over all the counties that it was available to. This was for the upstate California separated, so we weren't competing with LA and San Francisco. And we were very rurally Northern California focused, but it was everything from gold country located if it had been split evenly because of the commitment of dedicated personnel. And we're one staff, but that's how much of a difference one person makes.
We have looked, it's been my personal feeling that we should market those people who live 1/2 to 1 days. Neighbors have done that hard work for us. They've gotten everybody to our back door.
Yes.
All we need to do is just hop each one of them right over one more hill. Right? And so very exciting to think about what the possibilities of the return on investment would be for those efforts. So indeed, we will be discussing this more in detail later. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Carla.
Room via Zoom. He's ready. Fabulous. We'll jump to that. Thank you. Right. So it is item 1.3, receive a presentation from Graham Cannell, CEO for CSAC, which is the California State Association of Counties, regarding National Center for Public Lands Counties. Graham, thank you for joining us. Nice to see you.
Good morning to you. Am delighted to be able to spend some time with you talking a little bit about CSAC and also about the National Center for Public Lands. And I want to start by taking clear in terms of what our role is. CSAC serves as the advocate for all of California's 58 counties, which means I have the great opportunity, the other 291 supervisors in the state of California. And we do so with with an attempt in mind to always empower communities. This is our core driver, always and supervisors to have the authority, the resources, and the flexibility to do things in a way that makes sense in your community. And that's different in Trinity than it is in Merced or in Humboldt or in San Diego, or shifting to the National Center. The first is, it actually comes right out of just listening to the prior item. CSAC, through our California Counties Foundation, which is our 501c3 arm, has just created a CSAC grants initiative, which is specifically targeted. It was created by our past president, who's from your neighbor, targeted to ensure that smaller rural counties have access to federal dollars that are they're substantial in nature. Inflation Reduction Act, given the Infrastructure and Investment Act, and those dollars will likely continue to flow over the next few years, but they all require grant applications. And in many cases, and this is particularly true in small rural counties, there is not internal capacity to seek out those grants, which is why what you were just hearing would be happy to talk further about that to the degree that it makes sense in Trinity. That is all about getting longer term investments in your community so that you can have the same benefits. One thing I wanted to mention to you, since that seems topical. The other is around homelessness. One of our core or our highest priority at the moment, a number of your counterparts in the northern part of the state, it's something that might be worth looking at as well for your board as we are trying on homelessness. So we continue to work on that issue. I'm particularly thrilled to spend some time with you all because I grew up in Humboldt, so spent many, many years in Trinity County, for sure. Where we come today starts with the National Association of Counties and their Western Interstate Region Board. Two counties, primarily those with a heavy portion of federally owned lands. And in traditional years, recognize the impacts of those federally owned lands on services and infrastructure in your community. And so typically each year we go back to DC and those dollars are susceptible every year to being zeroed out. We often are fighting just to get back to the $750 million level, and they back there. And yet we know that the impacts of those federally owned lands far exceed the PILT funding that is in Inyo County. In Inyo County, they have a population of 18,000. The county covers 11,000 square miles. It is 90 of those visitors are in areas where there's not a hotel. They're out in places that produce, they largely do not produce the amount of dollars that are flowing to offset the impacts of those related to emergency services and all the disaster response that's necessary, related to all the other ancillary services, and of course, core infrastructure pathways to increase those so that your community can be empowered and isn't subsidizing federally owned land that resides in your community. The NACO, which was the lead federal advocate on the ARPA dollars, was successful and instrumental in doubling the amount of dollars that would have the funds. But there's a once in a generation opportunity because those dollars doubled from what would have been in place in prior years. So instead of the normal $750 million, it's 1 emerged through conversations primarily with rural counties in the northwestern part of the country, and was created by a very small working group. Peters from Mono County. He's one of the 4 officers. He's one of 5 people that was instrumental in the creation of this center to ensure that California County interests are being trajectory of PILT dollars in the future. the National Center for Public Lands would be a 501c3 organ on county communities, and to capture them in terms of data related to the impacts, in terms of the storytelling that is necessary for south and the eastern part of the country where there are far fewer public lands or awareness as to what the impact to Trinity may be. And so it's also capturing how you're currently utilizing the PILT dollars that you have received to make an even more compelling case as to why those dollars should grow over time. More mineral resource-based county, or a combination of the two. And we have both of them in the northwestern part of the country. And so the 1% request, and then the center would be created. It is intended to be a one-time only to create an endowment. There are a number of counties in California that have moved forward related to this. I think the current commitments are moving toward a similar place. So I want to talk for a moment about the specific value of doing this. And I want to go back to what I referenced in terms of PILT. We fight every year for the dollars for PILT to offset the impacts of federally owned lands in your community and the communities surrounding 1 penny. But the impacts have actually gotten greater, not lesser. Your costs have gone up and the impacts of those federally owned lands have gone up. That's most certainly true around, and the National Center is a once in a generation opportunity to make a modest investment of 1% of modest investment to get to a longer term return and direct benefit to your community and to your board to have additional discretionary resources to best Idaho. And where we're at in the process is that later this week, the National Association of Counties is holding. And as part of that, both the NACO board and the WIR board will be determining a go or no go in terms of the National Center. If they believe there is sufficient commitment, sufficient overall commitment, then that center will not be established. They're right in the cusp of, pulling that legal entity trigger. Of this National Center would be determined in part by NACO leadership, of which California has one of the 4 NACO officers, so we would have a seat at that table, and WIR, the one of the few folks that actually created this thing. And so this is all about trying to grow the pie to empower your board and your community based upon the impacts of federally owned lands in Trinity County. And so, hand it back to the board. Certainly interested in any questions, comments that you may have around this, and really appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with you this morning.
Thank you, Graham. Appreciate you being here, and your explanation for me personally is really helpful. Very appreciated and certainly timely, as the decision clearly needs to be made. I do have a couple questions, but I'm going to yield to other board members first.
Graham, I just wanted to confirm, it sounded like what you were saying is NACO and WIR are the ones that helped get in our case, $4.8 million that we had to work with from that special funding source. And those are the same entities that are trying to get a little piece of it back so that they can then set up this National Center for Public Lands to then have a longer term, bigger impact in the same vein. Am I taking that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And my understanding, I guess, Trent, if you can just confirm, when we met last time and we're going over the preliminary budget, my understanding was that you had set aside the equivalent of 1% so that if we did choose to move in this direction, once we heard from Graham, that we would have it available to do so. Is that Fair?
That is exactly what we've done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Graham, I appreciated, just, I get a mental picture of this advocacy that you're dreaming will take place as you have data to present, related to our actual impacts, being able to tell the story of what is going on the ground here and in other counties. But one of those pieces is when we look at how we've spent these dollars, which they're going to want to see. We would love to also show you the list of all the other ways that we needed to spend these dollars, and you can only spend them once. So even though we have tentatively set aside 1%, there's a whole list of things that are desperately needing attention. So I guess the first question would be, we've heard that there is potentially a second similar payment coming our direction. Do you have any confirmation that that certainly will be the reality?
Yes. So the 1.5 billion was split into two payments. And so one has already been made and the second would be made next year.
Next year, meaning kind of January-ish, like just into the year, or you're not sure?
I believe in the current fiscal year, which just began. So prior to June 30th of next year, but I'm not absolutely certain, would circle back with your board related to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. I think that ends my questions. Anybody else have follow-up? All right. With that, we'll say thank you for being with us and let you move on to the next county. I understand you're hopping onto another presentation. So thank you for all your work on our behalf. There is much that you do that we do not see, and certainly enjoy the benefits of. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity and for the great service that you provide to your community. Appreciate it very much. Look forward to seeing you in person here shortly.
Thank you. Take care. All right. We're going to take literally a 5-minute break. Be back at 10:17.
Maybe, oh, from department heads when we get there, I guess, maybe. Okay.
All right, it is 10:17. We're back in session and we are at item 1.4. Receive a presentation from the Public Health Branch regarding completed community equity assessment. With us, we have our public health nurse, Marcy Jo Kutzel, and she has other co-presenters that she will be introducing. Marcy, thank you for being here, and we are anxious to hear what you have to share.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Cox and supervisors. I'm really excited to be here. I wanted to, first of all, I won't introduce them individually, but I'm very honored to have some of our public health team members behind me in the gallery here. They truly get all the credit for the hard work that goes on in the health department, and they're quite amazing, I can tell you. They come to work every day dedicated to improve the lives of everyone in Trinity County, and I am just so proud of them and so honored. I will be coming before you sometime in the future to introduce all of them and give you an update on public health, but let me get to the good stuff. So in 2019, the Public Health Branch really began this journey to this moment. We developed a strategic plan as part of our public health accreditation pursuits. We anchored equity, which was one of the primary priorities, in a concept called health in all policies. And I'm sure others have heard that concept before. I want to ensure that when we're talking about health and equity, health means economic, financial, emotional, mental, physiologic health. And that's an important concept because what's in the equity assessment is on some level devastating. On another level, it's important that we know, and you all know, what public health is known for some time. One of the most important things about health in all policies is that it really essentially is looking at equity and health being at the forefront of all the decisions that we make at every level of government. That includes all the services we provide to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the people of Trinity County. Health in all policies essentially would ask questions like, and it's wonderful that we're following, the business, the TOT discussions and some of the discussions from CSAC. It's really wonderful that we're following that because health in all policies would ask things like, so if you knew that Trinity County residents are twice as likely to live below the federal poverty level than residents in the state of California, would that change the way you make decisions about funding some of those things that came before you to build economic stability in our communities? Would it, for example, change the way you approach planning and strategies and policy development around roads and things like that if you knew that 61% of all unintentional deaths in Trinity County were caused by motor vehicle collisions? I looked at this thinking I knew a lot about equity in Trinity County. I looked at this and it was profound. And so my hope today is that this assessment will impact how we move forward as a county. Although the health department paid for this assessment, it belongs to the people of Trinity County and all of us. And it is dedicated to the people of Trinity County. And I'm so thankful for all the support that the board has provided us in this journey, and for Director Hamilton that continues to support all the efforts in the public health branch. And I'd like to introduce the equity team, if I may. Kirsten Ford is our equity coordinator. She's here in the audience today. Ashley, would you mind pulling up the slides? Thank you. Next slide. We're also very grateful to our data strategy consulting team that made this happen. Sarah Maricos is here to present today on behalf of the rest of her team, as well as Yvonne Azenwa is also presenting. Jenny Mercado and Lucinda Hammond, also of the Data Strategy Consulting team, contributed. So I'd like to bring Sarah up. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My team and I have had the privilege and pleasure of working with the Trinity County Public Health Branch since 2021, and at the end of 2022 embarked on this community equity assessment. My team and I are epidemiologists, evaluation specialists, public health professionals that have worked throughout the state of California for a combined over 70 years. And again, grateful for the opportunity to do this in partnership with the public health branch, as well as many stakeholders around the county. Next slide, Ashley, please. And so Marcy already went through a lot of the background and rationale here, but really at the heart of it, this assessment is the first phase in helping us understand inequities and the consequences here in Trinity County so that we can work to really focus on those levers that can really improve outcomes and quality of life for Trinity County residents. We have to be working at that right level, upstream prevention, so that we can see those improved outcomes that so many people want to see. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through the methods for the assessment. And next slide, please. And then we'll share some of the high-level results. My colleague Yvonne will be joining us on Zoom to share some of the findings from communities throughout the county and organizations throughout the county. And then we'll close with our next steps. So our equity assessment goals we set at the end of 2022, and there were three main goals. Those were to identify the key drivers of health inequities in the county, and then identify potential strategies to address health inequity in Trinity County, and have these inform the equity strategic plan, which is the next phase of this work that I'll talk about at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. I think it's really important to start with a definition because people have there are different definitions and understanding and perceptions around health equity. And so I promise this will be the only slide that I read, but since I think it's foundational to start with a definition. So the definition we're using is from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that has done a lot of research over the last couple decades of how do we achieve health equity at a community level. And what it means, the definition we're using, is it means that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to be as healthy as possible. This requires removing obstacles to health such as poverty, discrimination, and their consequences, which includes powerlessness, lack of access to good jobs with fair pay, quality education and housing, safe environments, and healthcare. And we'll highlight today through the assessment and encourage you all to read the assessment if you haven't yet, some of those consequences and how that manifests here in Trinity County and what community leaders, county leaders, residents think can be done to address some of the consequences of health inequity in the county. And basically what this definition recognizes, which is that community needs differ depending on the structural, the environmental, the historical context. And so when we design strategies to address this, it's bringing that into mind, putting that at the forefront. Next slide, please. So first, I'm going to go over the methods for our assessment. We used the public health framework for eliminating health inequities as the framework of the assessment. To operationalize that, we used multiple sources of data and information at multiple levels, sectors, and perspectives. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our approach because I think it's really critical to understand that we didn't use one source of data or talk to one group, but really worked to address the gaps and limitations that exist in nearly every data system by bringing data from across perspectives and across systems to really try to address those gaps. And I do want to say, there are real gaps, and I think many of you know through the work in some of our data systems, particularly at a local level, particularly when we have smaller populations or less common events. So I just want to speak to a little bit of our methodological approach to address some of those limitations that I think make this assessment really comprehensive and really strong. So first, we obtained county and state perspectives from a variety of data sources, local, state, and national. Some of these you're familiar with, fairly commonly used in assessments like these, ranging from the U.S. Census Bureau. We use the most recent data, the 2021 five-year estimates. We used lots of health data from the state level, for example, community burden, engine of disease, the Verbis, which is the Vital Records Information Business System. We used state and local education data and a wide variety of sources, 15 data sources with over 80 indicators to really understand from a quantitative perspective, what do we see in Trinity? How does that compare to the state? And then within Trinity County, what does that look like? We also wanted really strong community and organizational perspectives. That's often what some of this quantitative data can miss, particularly at a local level. So we obtained data and information from Trinity County leadership, service providers across the counties, and different systems and sectors. And that list is in the assessment in the appendix if you're interested in who was engaged and why they were engaged. And it was a range of groups, and we did sampling based on people's degree of influence, their community connectedness, and we conducted over 10 focus groups and several key informant interviews to accomplish this. And we did most of this in the winter and spring of this year. We also wanted to hear, well, many of the community organizational perspectives were residents themselves. We also wanted to hear directly from residents. And we did this through a community survey. It was a 14-question community survey that was open from the end of March to early May. And we distributed this in multiple touch points. It was available on the website. It was shared via email. It was shared at food access points in places like Junction City, Douglas City, High End Palm, Wildwood, Big Bar, and Coffee Creek. It was shared at the Health and Human Services Office for people accessing the intake process for medical health services. So we really worked to distribute this survey in multiple settings, and our response were in fact from all of these different settings across the county. In total, about 231 residents responded. And it was fairly representative of the county population. So really proud of this effort. The respondents were slightly more likely to be female. 7 in 10 residents were female, slightly more likely to be older, a small percentage or a higher percentage of residents over the age of 40 than the county distribution, and fairly representative in terms of race and ethnicity and where people lived across the county. So I think this was a really strong effort, and we will highlight the results from this survey as well. So altogether, we took these different approaches to complement each other and to help validate or not what we were seeing in the quantitative data. Next slide, please. And so I'll just say a little bit more before I share the results, because I think the approach around the community and organizational perspectives was really, really key. And the goal of this was to expand upon and provide contextual reference to those quantitative findings and really help us explore the social, environmental, and institutional foundations, what was true for Trinity County of these inequities. And then we really wanted to hear, what does this look like in real life, day to day, for people and for people who provide key services in the county? And through this, we were able to identify, we think, some promising strategies to reduce inequities and produce sustainable models of change. Next slide, please. So as I said, there's over 80 indicators we highlighted in the assessment, and I'm just going to highlight a couple today. And I expect that some of this you're very familiar with. And so I'm just going to emphasize a few things that I think are really important in terms of addressing inequities in the county. So many, as Marcy shared, many county residents struggle economically, and we see this through several indicators and then validated through our community and organizational perspectives and resident surveys. So with the most recent 2021 five-year estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau, about 23% of Trinity County residents live below the federal poverty level. So about 1 in 4 residents live below the federal poverty level, which is about twice the rate as we see statewide. In the most recent data, we did not see any significant differences between racial and ethnic groups, but we did see, and want to stress, because this was validated in the community and organizational perspectives as well as residents, is that we see that families with children under the age of 18 are significantly more likely to be living below the federal poverty level. 31% of families in Trinity County with children under the age of 18, live below the federal poverty level. This was just about 13% statewide. Next slide, please. We also see that there's a lower workforce participation rate in Trinity County compared to statewide. So this is looking specifically at residents age 20 to age 64. And we see that about 50% of residents in that age group in Trinity County are employed in the workforce, whereas nearly 4 in 5 statewide. We see a higher workforce participation rate among several groups. We see it's higher among people who have some college experience compared to people with a high school diploma. And we also see it's higher among people living above the federal poverty level, which makes sense. We see this similar across racial and ethnic groups. And one thing I'd love to add here, this obviously is, or how this slide is labeled is talking about the economic impact, but the field increasingly understands, and actually the U.S. Surgeon General is doing quite a bit of work around this right now, is the impact of social isolation and disconnection and lack of social capital and social cohesion can have very, very real health and other negative outcomes. And we know that when people are employed from a variety of settings are employed in the workplace, not only are they better off economically, but we see better behavioral and mental health outcomes as well as a result of that social connection in those networks. So not only their economic benefits, but really important mental and behavioral health and social benefits as well. Next slide, please. We also see a lower rate of post-secondary education in Trinity County. So among Trinity adults 25 years and older, they're less likely to have a bachelor's degree or higher. About 1 in 5 residents do, compared to residents statewide, or about 1 in 3 residents have a bachelor's degree or higher. Now, clearly, there's lots of different paths to economic stability that include, skilled trades and many other trades. But we do see that among residents with the bachelor's degree or higher, they're significantly less likely to be living below the federal poverty level. Only about 5% of residents with a bachelor's degree are living below the federal poverty level, whereas people with some college, about 18%, are living below the federal poverty level. Next slide, please. And there are a variety of challenging living conditions that will not be surprising to any of you here. But what we see is we're trying to intervene on that social and institutional level, as well as the living conditions, so that we can reduce health inequities in the county and improve quality of life. So I'll just name a few that came up through our focus groups and key informant interviews, as well as in our quantitative data. Here we see the percent of Trinity County households, 75% of households have access to broadband internet at home, where 90% of residents do statewide. Over 50% of the population in the county lives in a very high risky area for wildfire, compared to less than 10% of residents statewide. There's reduced access to supermarkets and grocery stores in the county compared to the state. And lastly, and something I want to emphasize, because I think it's really relevant to the economic indicators we shared and relevant to families, is that Trinity County has the highest childcare cost burden in the state of the 58 counties. So about 40% of household income, 40% estimate is of household income goes to childcare costs for families with young children, and that's about 30% statewide. Next slide, please. And so the inequities that we see contribute to a shorter lifespan in Trinity County. And so I want to share a couple perspectives here. So compared to the state, the average life expectancy for a Trinity County resident is about 78 years. Statewide, that's about 81 years. And then within Trinity County, we see differences in different communities ranging from about a 5-year life expectancy difference. This is looking at the mean age at death by community here. And so we think by addressing more upstream, these levers that are producing these differences, the lower life expectancy in Trinity County, and then within, we can address some of these this lower life expectancy throughout the county. Next slide, please. So this is where I'll go through the slide and I'm going to hand it to my colleague Yvonne on Zoom. But I really want to stress here is that we see a premature mortality rate that is 2.5 times higher than the state rate in Trinity County. And I spend a minute explaining what this is and why I think actually have quite a bit of optimism for the ability of Trinity County and residents and communities and organizations to address this. So the data that we're looking at is the age-adjusted rate of premature death. And this is looking at the years of life lost before the age of 75. So it counts the number of years of life lost. And like you can see here, it's about 2.5 times higher than the state rate. The vast majority of these deaths are preventable deaths, and there are things that we can do to reduce this. This is the highest premature mortality rate in the state of the 58 counties, and I believe through community work can really work to bring this down. This is driven by a variety of things in the county. I think the term deaths of despair, people have been increasingly have heard that term, but if you haven't, deaths of despair have been increasing across the nation, across the state, and we see that to be true in Trinity County as well. And what I mean by deaths of despair include things like suicide, like drug overdose, and unfortunately, like in many communities around the nation and in the state, we see increasing rates in various populations in Trinity County. And Trinity County has the suicide rate is 4 times higher than the state rate. The rate of unintentional injury or unintentional injuries is 3 times higher than the state rate. And so I think there's some real opportunity here to address some of those drivers, as well as a significantly higher rate of hospitalizations due to chronic conditions. And many of these are preventable hospitalizations. So that rate is not quite twice the state rate. And so by addressing some access issues, I think we can also dramatically reduce this rate. So that's just a high-level overview of some of the quantitative findings in the assessment, and I'm hoping to bring in my colleague Yvonne on Zoom to walk us through what we heard directly from Trinity County residents, organizations, and leadership. Yvonne, are you there?
I am. Hello, good afternoon. Actually, good morning. We're still in the morning. So we are going to transition into exploring the results of the qualitative assessment. The community in this context represents the perspectives and sentiments heard by participants and focus group respondents, focus group participants and respondents to the survey. And understanding equity from the lens of Trinity County constituents was key to tethering the empirical data to lived experiences and really providing critical nuance and context to some less explored aspects of equity. So I really want to stress how important it was that we included qualitative data in this assessment, because it allowed us to do several things, such as understanding from the quantitative perspective the challenges facing educational institutions, and then also speak to leaders in those settings that are actively working on grassroots solutions to support students. It also allowed us to understand from the quantitative perspective the dearth in specialty providers, and then speak to healthcare professionals that are actively struggling to find referrals for some of their most acute clients, as well as understanding from the quantitative perspective the economic pressures facing everyday Trinity County residents, and then hear directly from those residents what they would need to help them navigate some of those challenges. So we began with the question of equity. Focus group participants were asked, what does equity mean to them? And by and large, individuals responded that equity means meeting people where they are at, ensuring that people have access to the things they need to lead healthy and productive, robust lives, particularly providing them with tools and resources they need to access medical care. This was a resonant definition across multiple focus groups. And this definition wasn't just about meeting people where they're at in terms of facilitating access to services, but it was also in meeting people where they're at as it relates to building partnerships, establishing trust, and promoting engagement, having an authentic presence in the community where people are and really understanding their unique needs. We don't always have the best ideas about what people's needs are. We should ask them. Next slide, please. Residents were also asked what are the greatest barriers to equity, and many of these will not come as a surprise to you. Both focus group participants and survey respondents highlighted the physical landscape and its associated access and transportation challenges as significant barriers, along with poverty and economic instability, particularly the lack of robust economic opportunity and generational poverty. They also noted policies and governance as significant barriers, particularly trying to navigate complex medical policies, trying to provide themselves with more education, finding access to the pieces of information that they need. Survey respondents also named the lack of health education in the school setting and the healthcare system itself as a significant barrier, while focus group participants elaborated on how resource constraints, particularly the lack of vital human resources and government distrust and social normalization of unhealthy behaviors often prevent the achievement of equitable outcomes. Next slide, please. How do residents report experience equity in their own personal lives? 2 out of 3 survey respondents reported that they experienced some type of inequity in their own personal or professional life. 4 out of 10 individuals noted experiencing a lack of access, as we've described in some of these previous slides. 25% of individuals reported experiencing bias or discrimination. Next slide, please. Then residents were asked, where have interventions fallen short? Residents and community leaders alike have witnessed and participated in efforts to address various health and social challenges within the county. Those experiences provide vital learning as we think about the trajectory of this effort and as we try to avoid pitfalls along the course. Some of those pitfalls involve just failing to invest the necessary time and effort required to build trust. Trust is so integral, especially when you're dealing with various micro communities with individual identities and unique needs. Limited engagement with these communities was also noted as a significant pitfall. Having a presence in these communities is essential to build that relationship and to build the trust necessary to avoid failed efforts. Also, only having a superficial understanding or a superficial intention of addressing some of the drivers of inequity, not necessarily going towards some of those deeper root causes. And insufficient funding is always a challenge. And we fully recognize and humbly recognize that not all these issues can be entirely avoided, but by increasing our own awareness about them, we can hopefully identify them as they emerge and make every effort to course correct as we move forward in this effort. Next slide, please. Likewise, residents were also asked what would have the greatest impact on inequities, to which they identified building partnerships and working across multiple sectors, improving the availability and accessibility of services, particularly to low and middle class residents that often are not supported by safety net programs and don't have a lot of social supportive systems that they can use to help navigate the variety of pressures that they're feeling. Improving the technological infrastructure within the county, and increasing the availability of specific rehabilitative services, particularly in the mental health space, and particularly those that are not attached to any type of religious denomination. Expanding youth preparedness and workforce development programs, increasing the capacity for youth to build new skills and have true career readiness for careers of the future and not just careers of today. And developing and maintaining trust and robust communication with micro-communities. I cannot overstate the last point. The communication was integral and was something that was consistently heard throughout the focus groups. Having open channels of dialogue, having an authentic presence, having true relationships, a true linkage to these communities. Next slide, please. And hearing from the community itself. So these quotes powerfully encapsulate some of the most predominant ideas and sentiments that were expressed in the surveys and focus groups. All of these quotes relate back in some way to the quantitative data and really demonstrate those findings and how they show up in people's real everyday lives, particularly quotes about where you are geographically determines what you will receive, lack of economic resources for self-direction. The last quote in particular, the youth have few incentives to stay in the county, must move to get an education, good job, or have a baby is particularly telling in terms of its implications for the county's future. I think this quote really encapsulates the pressures that young families are feeling on multiple fronts as they grapple with the decision of whether or not to stay and invest in Trinity and invest their futures in Trinity or seek better opportunities elsewhere. Next slide, please. In summarizing both the quantitative and the qualitative indicators from the focus groups and surveys, the following themes emerged. Impact always begins with personalized and authentic engagement. This includes, like I said, meeting people where they're at, understanding their unique challenges, knowing that there's never a one-size-fits-all approach, not being too prescriptive in our approach, but rather listening more than we tell, listening more than we direct. Predominant barriers are rooted in structural and environmental challenges. I think this goes without saying when we think about the technological deficits, the transportation challenges, and all that's associated with that as it relates to people's ability to access care. Poverty is both a symptom and a driver. Inequities lead to poverty, but simultaneously, poverty can exacerbate inequities. Early and school-based investments create dual opportunity. Here we learned that school-based and academic settings are not just a place of learning, but they also create opportunities and junctions where students can be supplied critical services to help them along their life and career paths, critical mental health services and stabilizing services that help them in various facets of their lives. Specialized talent is expensive, but its absence is costlier. The empirical data reveals that there's less doctors in Trinity County compared to the state, given the number of residents in the county. And this absence of specialty care as well as primary care is very apparent. And it's having pretty acute consequences in terms of individuals having health conditions where they're deteriorating, to very extreme points and then ending up in costlier settings for intervention, such as emergency departments. Social safety nets are still leaving many exposed. This goes back to our comments about the middle class. Middle class residents are experiencing the squeeze on all fronts, from housing costs, childcare costs, food and living expenses, and they have very few supportive services that cater specifically to their needs. Housing is a fundamental component of stability. That's one that I'm sure you're very familiar with. And identity can be leveraged to combat distrust. All about really taking advantage of the beautiful identity of Trinity County residents, their rugged individualism, their uniqueness, their resiliency, and understanding that they can be made into champions and allies when the value proposition is understood, when we create alignment, when we make sure that we're sharing values, and that we really make sure that people understand the intentions of the efforts that are being presented. Next slide, please. And these themes from both the qualitative and quantitative assessments really culminate into the following strategies and recommendations, many of which have been already mentioned to some degree in this presentation, but I'll just summarize. Building sustainable partnerships through targeted collaboration. This goes back to being present in the communities, looking at different agencies that are doing similar work and building bridges of connection, expanding broadband access in order to maximize telemedicine and telehealth technologies. They're available, they're utilized, but we can increase utilization by really improving the broadband infrastructure so that these technologies can be maximized. Increasing community-based services, particularly those that are targeting vulnerable communities that are not always supported by existing safety net programs. Supporting affordable housing initiatives, finding creative ways to house people, to provide stability around housing situations so that people can have more opportunity in other aspects of their lives. Expanding workforce investments, looking at opportunities for early career development, skill building, workforce readiness programs across multiple fronts in academic settings and youth development settings. Pooling resources for broader impact, recognize a lot of players in this game. There's a lot of agencies that want to do this work, that want to help. Banding those resources together where interests are aligned so that we can have more impact, recognizing that it is a resource poor. Some of these initiatives can be very resource poor. So by pooling our efforts, we have a better chance of making a meaningful impact. And capitalizing on civic engagement. We spoke to many individuals that had worked with a variety of residents who wanted to know how they could get involved, that were already supporting individuals in their community whenever a crisis or challenge occurred. We're used to relying on one another, taking advantage of that and capitalizing on that to support the greater community at large. Now, where do we go from here? So our next steps after having completed this assessment is really to take what we learned and start developing that into an actual equity action plan. And by that, we mean actually establishing a steering committee that can help lead this effort, identifying core objectives that are guided by the recommendations in the assessment, making them meaningful, making them specific and targeted, and then outlining real activities, timelines, and resource needs to be able to accomplish the goals and objectives identified by the steering committee. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to my colleague to close. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yvonne. I'd just like to close by letting you know that you can access the report at trinity-equity.com. Encourage you to share it with residents or colleagues that you think may be interested in it. Encourage you to engage with the public health branch and our team with any questions, feedback, brainstorm as we move into this next phase of planning around addressing a handful of the equity issues identified in this assessment. I think, it was wonderful for me to have the opportunity to hear the presentation for marketing of Trinity County, and what I see in that already. The work has been done, how much has been done with just bringing together multiple agencies and pooling existing resources, and what can be accomplished when we work together, pool resources towards a specific cause. And I think that the same opportunity is here, whether what we're setting our sights on is reducing that premature mortality rate, or whatever is most important to residents and leaders in the county, that can be accomplished. Just like the enthusiasm of the previous presenter, I believe that there's a real return on investment opportunity here, because we'll be focusing upstream, really looking at those levers that really can make a difference in improved quality of life and well-being in Trinity County. I want to thank you for your time and your attention and support, and see if there are any questions.
Nice. Thank you, Sarah. Questions of board members?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. It seems like a common thread throughout that was isolation or remoteness, where if you're further away from a doctor or anything else, the least you'll go to it. And we were 2 or 3 times higher than the state or national average. How do we bring that down a little bit? I was speaking with someone yesterday about pharmacies in Trinity County, and some of them are 2 or 3 hour drive from their home to the pharmacy, which is a long way to go once a month.
Yep.
And I think some people after a while, drop out of that system. Just too far to go. Can't do it. And someone who goes to Alaska every now and then, I look at that same statistics up there, remote, isolated. They lead the league in everything, alcoholism, everything, you name it. And they're also isolated and remote. So it seems to be a common thread amongst a lot that you just spoke of.
Yeah.
So I think outreach, spreading out to some of the more isolated districts in our community would be great. Bringing this a little bit closer together for everybody would be a good thing. And what is the difference between intentional and unintentional death?
Yeah. So intentional deaths are suicide deaths or deaths by suicide. Unintentional deaths, they're called unintentional injuries. There are three main drivers of those. Those are leading is motor vehicle accidents, which is the main driver in Trinity County. Second is unintentional accidental drug overdoses. And then the third, which makes up a significantly smaller proportion of that, is falls, generally among older adults, but not limited to. So it's really about 62%, nearly 2 out of 3 of those unintentional injury deaths in Trinity County are due to motor vehicle accident related deaths. About 35% of those involve alcohol or other drugs, which is a little bit higher than the state rate. And then again, the second driver is drug overdose.
So alcohol.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Goen, I wanted to address the first part of your question because I think it's really important. Because the challenge is some of these pieces don't happen right away. It's kind of a momentum and carrying of different pieces to get to a place. But to frame this in the context of how we would approach this from a public health lens in our partnership with our Board of Supervisors and our CAO is looking at broadband, okay? Communication. If we know in emergencies, what's the fundamental key? Is communication. We know that that's what our constituents need. So you have a piece over here that's in the health department realm. So you have service that contributes, right? So in the health department, our job is to improve health literacy. So using this information to increase the public's awareness of how to navigate the healthcare system, how to understand what's going on with them. Have we done a great job of that yet? Absolutely not. But COVID helped highlight the challenges ahead of us and really identified where we can improve on that. So that's going on in the service. From a perspective of government policy, and I know our CAO, which is wonderful, has reached out. We're looking at broadband. We've been doing that for a while, and it's challenging. But by bringing broadband to others, we solve a lot of equity problems because they not only all those persons that are in danger of wildfire in those remote areas will have access to information. Telehealth, as Sarah was discussing, telehealth can be brought to those communities, maybe not even in each individual home, but at least they'll have someplace in the community where they can access telehealth services. And that's essential. It's the continuity of healthcare that helps with those chronic illnesses to keep people thriving so that they don't have to go to an emergency room. Chronic illness is, we're not talking about health being in the absence of illness. We're talking about health at the place where you are living the best life that you can, where you live, work, and play, just quality of life. And we know the pieces to that. So that's kind of what we're talking about, are all these different pieces. And we're hoping that you'll all keep engaging us on what pieces can you help with? What will our service providers? Mental health, obviously that lands squarely in behavioral health, but there's ways that we can all support them to increase the efforts around alcohol and opioid use disorders and the amount of deaths that are happening around that. And so that's what we're talking about. And I hope that answers some of your question. I appreciate that. Really good question.
You have a question? Go ahead.
I'm just curious to know about some of these numbers, if what they look like, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, in terms of economics, and then and how those economics played out along the landscape. Because I know that economics are often a huge component. And when you see people under the poverty level, you can't really think past the fact that you can't afford to get gas to go pick your child up from school. It's really difficult to think into a future when you don't even know if you're going to have enough money to get groceries or what have you. So I do know that that's a huge problem. But one of the things that I've encountered significantly, especially, well, I won't even say in elders, I'll just say in everybody, since the catastrophic wildfires have been hitting our communities year after year after year, we really have communities that are steeped in long-term trauma. And even with just the smell of smoke hitting us a couple days ago, people just can't. I mean, they just start going into panic mode, and it's very, very difficult to overcome those high levels of anxiety. And what I've witnessed long-term is just kind of an overwhelming sense of despair. And that when that feeling of despair is weighing on you every single day, it's really difficult. And then you try to go get gas that costs more than you can afford. You try to go to your doctor's appointment and the doctor didn't show up, and then your doctor doesn't exist anymore. And then the pharmacy you've gone to for the last 10 years of your life closes within a week's notice. And we just have people who just feel like there's nothing they can grab a hold of that's going to help them pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And I think that Trinity County residents are those people. We're grit, to the core. But even with all of that said, we just have a community of struggling people. And my heart is for overcoming that sense of despair. I truly believe that when we heal our people, we will heal our communities, and healed communities heal economies. Yeah. And so just reaching out to that level of despair and just being that hug when people need it is really, really important. And I thank you guys for taking the time. I got to participate in one of the on-site meetings down in Salyer. And I do appreciate you coming to us. That was really important to the elders there. And I appreciate you exposing some of these numbers, because we'll be able to look at them holistically and possibly work together to just help our people heal.
Thank you. I want to share, respond to a few things, and then invite Marcy to add anything that she wants to. First, just, from an epidemiological perspective, what you named around poverty, trauma, and despair, those three things, particularly poverty, has been clear for decades, the impact on health and well-being. And I want to be super clear here. More likely, particularly to grow up in poverty, you're more likely to experience negative outcomes. And that is probabilistic, not deterministic. And I want to be really clear about that. But when we see, and we'll bring a trend analysis to answer your question directly about what does it look like in the county in the last 10, 20 years. We've seen, from my memory, higher rates of poverty for a while in Trinity County, but we'll bring that forward. I just want to acknowledge what you named. The impact of those things are very real, and it's generational as well. And so that's also part of the challenge. I think to your comment or your sharing around trauma, that the community trauma around fire, intergenerational trauma, the science is also very, very clear, the biological, psychological impacts of that. And what I just want to note on that I think is really important from an equity perspective, is that we can see, particularly when people, and particularly when children experience early adversity or trauma, they're more likely to develop a toxic stress response, which can lead to lots of health and learning and other consequences that is not necessarily mediated through behavior. Often people think it's through behavior, and that can happen. But what I think is really important from an equity perspective is that early adversity or trauma, whether it's that community trauma or more at the individual level, doesn't just impact how we feel, but how we function. It can change our immune system, our metabolic system, our cardiovascular systems to make us more likely to experience heart disease, diabetes, ADHD, stroke. The list I could go on, depression, anxiety, on and on. And so the pull yourselves up by the bootstraps, and that individual resiliency is critical and necessary. It's not sufficient to addressing some of these larger collective and individual traumas. So we need those at the individuals, those skills and education, right? That we can all benefit from, things that we can do, but also at that community level, like highlighted in the assessment, is the accessibility of community-based resources and services and support groups for people. And then we need those systems of care, like the supervisor was talking before you, to actually meet people where they are and be responsive. And so I just, I don't know if I offered anything there, but I think from an epidemiological perspective, addressing those at that level, addressing poverty, economic instability, recognition of recent traumas and intergenerational trauma is really, really foundational, because they can perpetrate each other and continue these cycles of poor outcomes.
Thank you, Sarah. Wonderfully said. I just want to bring us full circle and getting toward the end of our time, but happy to answer as many questions as you want. I want to infuse some hope, Supervisor Carpenter Harris. It's heartbreaking. It is, it's heartbreaking. But here's the thing. The good news is that, well, let me back up. When we did our Health and All Policy Summit in 2019, we brought a young lady from Hayfork that did a master's thesis on the exiting of the timber industry and what happened in that community when that happened. Now, we can use that as an example of what happens. And the good news is we can use that information to improve communities and address the very thing you're talking about. So the question you're asking really is, how do we build resiliency? Can we impact the trauma that occurs from wildfires? Probably directly not. We can communicate, we can provide resources. I have to tell you, you're all doing an amazing job on the fire responses. Our OES and our director and all of our first responders, our CAL FIRE, from my perspective, I have many years in emergency services as a trauma nurse and married to a fireman for many years, but that's aside from that. So knowing that system, you're doing phenomenal. There's no, communication can always be improved, but what do we really have the power, right? Kind of in the moment moving forward to build resiliency. What we know to be true about communities is that when economical systems fall away, so do social supports. So the most devastating thing that happened in Hayfork when the timber industry left wasn't that the buildings fell or that the businesses fell away. It was. But what also went with them was the social supports, all the people that convened around that collective purpose of, they worked together, they lived together, they supported their businesses, and it devastated the community. And that's what you're seeing now is the perpetuation of that and getting where that. Does that mean every micro community and every person in Trinity County is disadvantaged? Of course not. And this isn't a zero-sum game. It's about, okay, we're doing pretty good. Residents, I'm doing pretty good, but I think this could be better. And so the message here is, and I think Dr. Coons got really mad at me after a while because I kept asking him, when is the general plan update coming? When is the general plan update coming? Because by aligning equity with the general plan, you now have information that can help inform you. So what do we do to build resiliency in those communities? We establish economic means for those communities to build themselves. They develop their community plan. They say what their values are. They say what they want. Then we support them in building those economic resources so that they can become what they want to become. It's not up to us. That's meeting people where they are. That's the good news. And it's possible. It happens. It really does. And so I wanted to close with that. Of course, if you have any more questions, that's fine. I just really wanted to close so that we can all kind of go, okay, we have a plan. We have an idea that's tenable with all of the priorities and all the things, the different things we all face. At least we know now the direction, right? And I just appreciate all of you and each one of you individually. Hopefully I'll get a chance to thank you personally later, but I'm happy to answer any more questions or have Sarah answer questions.
Supervisor Lutweiler has some questions.
Yeah, I think actually mine are more comment in nature, but Heidi, to your question, someone messaged me during the presentation and said that based on a previous study, we had been reported in 2019, 24.2% of children under the age of 18 living in food insecure, low income, and now it's 31%. So it's actually gone up in that period if this data is correct, and I'll share that information that came in. Two things that stood out to me. One, well, so much stood out. It was reading that it was sobering, but it was, I think, so informative to help us understand better. And the only frame of reference I got to that during my tenure when I was active on the fire department, I've since backed off, was a realization of how much of a bubble we live in. You know, we are already the poorest county in the state, and yet I know I, as an individual, lived in a very secure bubble that was burst when I suddenly was out in people's homes and seeing where they were living. And that isolation that comes not just from distance access, but from some of the things you mentioned about apathy or unaware of opportunities, or the distrust in the services that could be of help to them, all those sorts of things. So I do think it's very helpful to have this kind of in our faces to maybe push us, pull us, whichever way it is, out of our bubbles, because I do think it's that communities coming together for the people that will end up making the biggest difference. And I also think, though, and I'm very pleased that Trent has already voiced such a commitment in enhancing communications from the county, because I do think that also my experience is that there is a lot of distrust in many aspects of the county. And then there's this almost immediate negative filter put to everything. And the only way we overcome that is having better communication, having two-way interaction where people can begin to build trust. And so I hope that happens. The final thing is economics was a big piece of this. And I just wanted to say there have been, to your point, like some hope. There have been some great things. I think what we heard this morning about the TOT partners coming together, I think it's amazing what they've accomplished with 10,000 hours of volunteers and their own money. We actually have individuals paying the rent for our visitor center right now. But they're making it happen, and we have an opportunity to take it further. There's other things that have been going on, and this Wednesday, tomorrow night, we are hosting our first public workshop on economic development, and it is completely open to the public. It is set up to be a highly interactive, not a let's talk at you, it's a let's talk with you, work with you, so that we can identify what are those economic development opportunities that we should focus our efforts on to benefit as many people as possible. So I agree, there's hope. There's some things that are happening. We need to build on that, and we need to communicate about that. And we need to stay aware that our bubbles are not the reality that many around us live in. I'm off my soapbox.
It was a good one.
For a moment.
One last thing to add to that. In the interim between now and getting broadband here, which could be a while, and knowing that the largest segment of our population is the elderly, I think it would be wise to bring medical care to them or bring them to medical care. You're going to see that the elderly, even if they get broadband, may not use it. They're not used to it. They've never had it. They live in outlying areas. Transportation is tough. In the short term, I guess, or maybe full term, I think that we bring it to them or we bring them to us would be a good solution. In this big community, this big county that doesn't have a lot of transportation, it's very poor in transportation and money, and gas is expensive. Because I think the older you are, the less you're going to travel, the less you're going to want to travel. And when we just don't have the opportunity for the elderly, our largest population, to travel to the services that they need. And I think we're losing out greatly there.
Thank you.
Mrs. Turner.
Well, I will just wrap up by, first of all, thanking our entire HHS under Director Hamilton's leadership, and public health nurse Marcy Kudzel, and Kirsten, for your leadership over this project. Generally, this team to come in and really care about our county. You can come in with your counting and your data and your figures, but it's very clear to us you've also come in with your hearts. And that is really important, seeing us for what we are, not just the quantitative, but this real qualitative component that is so important. I think if anything, I am hearing a call for board support, and I just would highlight, just for folks that may not be aware, at the beginning of this year, HHS generally asked for 2 new committees to be added: a Trinity Opioid Safety Coalition and a Health Systems Collaborative, for board support to be a part of these types of initiatives. And we responded immediately and positively to that. And we would, I think I can speak on behalf of the board. We would continue to do that in the future if there was something else that you needed that direct interaction with. You are the experts who know what you're doing. We appreciate you showing us what you see so that we can be, it helps me to be a part of some kind of a journey, and I can understand where something came from, so I can see where you're trying to take it. And so thank you for your time to present to us and help us to get that picture as you move forward. So with that, I would just thank you for your work and your time here with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good rest of your day. Okay. All right, item 1.5, probation. We are going to adopt a proclamation recognizing the week of July 17 through 23, 2023, as Probation Services Week. We have our Chief of Probation, Ruby Farrow, here with us. Did you have something you want to say before I read the proclamation?
Chairman Cox, members of the board, just like to thank you for taking the time to do this. And I'm honored and privileged to accept this on behalf of my department. And we have a department, like so many others, of amazing people who are just so dedicated to the work that they do, and for doing healing work within this community, as well as safety work. We provide people accountability and opportunity, and that creates less victims in the community. And just really appreciate your time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I read the proclamation, I just would highlight, because likely it won't be discussed, but there is an item on our consent agenda today where our probation chief is leading the way in a larger advocacy against a bill that is being proposed that would be harmful overall. And so there is that larger bird's eye view of what's coming down the pike in order to make sure that, she's looking out for how things will function in the future to the better end of all. And that's a piece of what goes on. And I'm grateful for that. So a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity, recognizing the week of July 17 through 23, 2023, as Probation Services Week. Whereas probation utilizes an accountability lens to be a connector and bridge for justice-involved individuals to receive the individualized rehabilitative services they need to be successful and reduce victimization. And whereas probation professionals play a unique and essential role in our justice system and community, probation is focused on helping justice-involved individuals transition out of the system permanently through transformative and evidence-based rehabilitation. And whereas probation officers are trained experts prepared to manage trauma and other needs of justice-involved individuals and safely supervise and connect them to the resources they need. And whereas California probation officers are diverse and educated professionals focused on providing collaborative safety for our communities. And whereas probation connects services and needs to enhance community safety and the restoration of justice-involved individuals. The probation department is a connector in the justice system, bridging the gap and maximizing the resources available within the court, local government, law enforcement, social services, behavioral health, schools, crime survivor organizations, nonprofits, and the community to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services and research-based deterrence and interventions. And whereas probation departments in California focus on supporting and advocating for policies that help justice-involved individuals transition back to our communities safely and apply an equity lens to ensure these policies will effectively address the diverse needs of the people probation serves. And whereas probation's efforts to balance the need for accountability with individualized rehabilitative treatment and services provide justice-involved individuals the support and opportunities needed to move on to a healthier and safer life pathway, which results in a healthier and safer community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity, that July 16 through 22nd, 2023, be recognized as Probation Services Week to highlight probation's immense contributions to our community and state. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. One, two, three. All right, before we move into public comment, I'm going to circle back and give a closed session report out from our June 20th, 2023 closed session. It was item 6.1, Government Code Section 54.5F, Conference with Labor Negotiators. County's designated representatives, Margaret Long and Susie Hawkins, employee organizations, General Unit, and Management and Confidential Unit. The result of that discussion was that direction was given to negotiators, and we appointed Margaret Long and Susie Hawkins as negotiators regarding the creation of an HHS general unit. All right, moving now into closed session. I'm sorry. Wow. Public comment. This time is, I need to read, if I could please. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. John.
Good morning.
Hi.
I just wanted to let you guys know that the visitor center is now in its new location. Today. We got the phone in last night, so.
Nice,
Okay.
nice. Thank you for
At
that.
661 Main Street.
Perfect.
All right.
And thank you for your
Thank
effort
you.
and all the box carrying.
More volunteer work.
All right. More public comment in the room. Yes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It's my second time speaking with you. I spoke with you earlier this spring. Hopefully, at one of these, I'll bring some good news. This one is not one of those cases. I'm Corey. I'm the manager at Indian Creek Lodge. And I spoke with you guys back earlier about the winter variable flows and how that it was going to impact the fishing season, our lodge, and how it was going to impact the jobs and businesses of your constituents. I'm continuing that battle, and I'll be at the supervisor meeting tomorrow as well. But I can tell you from what I mentioned earlier in the summer, the county is feeling this. I'm still waiting for data and reports on the effectiveness of the flows, but I can tell you the tourism was down. The lake folks are hurting, and the county is going to feel the big loss that's coming in the thousands of dollars because of the salmon season gone. That's not the news I was trying to bring to you, but this is. I, along with the Trinity River Watershed Alliance, posted information this last week about a potential crisis dealing with the Chinook salmon run. Our worry was that the reports were going to be given only the beginning of this, which could become a full-blown infection. We believe the majority part of the population of salmon may be infected, and we stand to lose a significant portion of it. As you remember, we had the high spring flows, and to get that higher water, we had to drop the river to a base level amount sooner than typical. The river has been running about half the size that it usually does this time of year. Sadly, because of this, there's not much low cold storage in the lake, and the river is also running at a warmer temperature from Lewiston Dam. Last year, the signs of an infection showed up in late August. There was a report from the Trinity Journal at that time. Almost a full month and a half from now, and it was half the level. I'm no scientist, I'm not a biologist, and I can only tell you the infection level is high from the people I've talked with. When I put all of these things together, it makes me very nervous for the salmon run. The Trinity Journal will be doing a better job explaining this situation tomorrow in an article. One of our associates went to the hatchery yesterday, and they gave us a measurement of the infected fish just shy of 20%. This is more than double the typical amount. And most runs actually have some infection in it already. This was also 3% higher than what we were told the day before. And we think there are places that the infection rates are significantly higher. I'm being told there isn't much that we can do now except to increase flows. The committee, and I don't know exactly what they call themselves, whom are the ones that decide on the emergency flows, met last week, and I believe they won't be meeting for another 2. They're taking this week off. I'm asking for you, the Board of Supervisors, to please ask these questions because I've exhausted all of my contacts to help spur this conversation. I just want the conversation to be made, and the folks that know what to do and how to do it quickly.
Corey, I need to ask you, are you nearly to the end of your comments? You're beyond the 3 minutes, and I know what you're saying is really important.
I am. This county deserves an answer and how we get there and what happens to the salmon. I also want to stress that this was California's probably wettest year in the last decade, and we have this to deal with now.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I see no other public comment in the room. Is there any on Zoom?
Sam Brinkley from Lewiston. I was informed at one of the prior Board of Supervisors meeting, there was a, I don't know what to call it, a protection of the county seal put up. I assume that's in retaliation to expose Trinity County's website. I noticed that y'all decided not to copyright it, but to make a rule that it can't be done. I wasn't sure. There was nothing posted in the paper about potential consequences for that. And I I just feel like the county again is doing something that's going to drag them into a lawsuit. I don't understand how, if it's not copyrighted, how I'm not protected under my free speech, political speech, or parody. So it's very concerning to me. And quite frankly, I think the seal matches much better than Timber Lumber Resources, corruption and nimblism, cronyism, from what I've seen through certain members of this board. And so I know, Rick, you like to answer questions for who you like to during public comments. Maybe you can answer that question for me and tell me, what exactly does that rule mean and how exactly do you plan on enforcing it? I also would like to say that I haven't seen any update upon the outside investigation into Jill Cox, and I'm hoping into Rick Lutweiler as well, because if we're going to investigate Jill Cox for emails to Underwood, I think that, Rick has emails to Underwood too, so I don't think the investigation should be solely, around Jill Cox. I think Rick's in that boat as well, and we should know where that investigation is going, updates upon it. It's just, it seems like instead of trying to do some things to help some people in the community, I'm getting retaliated against with silly, I don't even know what you want to call it. It's not a law. I mean, you just decided that you're going to protect the seal, and how do you plan on doing that? And is this going to be another where you just waste taxpayers' money coming after me for something that you can't win? I just don't understand it at all, quite frankly. And I'm just pretty disappointed in the two of you for the way that y'all are handling yourselves and covering for yourselves. And that's my public comment. You're welcome to answer if you'd like to.
In Schneider, I'm sorry, pronounced your last name wrong.
Stabler, that's fine. So I'd like to comment on the cannabis ordinance update, and I have 5 questions. And since the time is limited, I'm wondering if I should just go through the questions and then at the end you can answer. So the first question I have is, if the county or cannabis department feels updates to the ordinance are required, changes need to be made, why are we, the public, unable to be told what sections are being considered for modification? Why are we being told we have to wait until the updates are made and only then will we have an idea what we should comment on? First question. Second question, how can one supply comments to changes that are being proposed to the ordinance if one has no clue what changes are being considered? Question number 3, why is it not possible for the cannabis department, our general plan update contractor, to provide the section numbers being considered for changes and why they think changes need to be made? Question 4, why has a Tiger Team group of community members representing a collection of all perspectives regarding cannabis cultivation in Trinity County not being formed to participate at a regular cadence to review possible and proposed updates to the cannabis ordinance before the county just says, here are the changes now, you can comment? Question number 5, why have the ADA committee meetings stopped and are only being held in private? It seems this would be a good time to share proposed changes to the cannabis that the cannabis department feels are necessary and get actual real-time updated comments so that when you actually release the updates to the ordinance, if there are any that need to be made, we are able to have something that more of the people are agreeable with, and all parties don't have to be arguing with one another when those changes are made, if there are changes made. I'm done. If you can answer any of those, it would be great.
So what I'd like you to do, if you would, is I typed as quickly as I could. Would you put those into an email form and submit them to the cannabis ad hoc? You've got a special email. What is it, Dan?
She has.
Oh, you have them. All right.
I'll try to address some of those in our report out from Cannabis Ad Hoc.
Thank you.
Some of those I've submitted. This is a slightly different consolidation, but I can submit these again to that email.
Okay, thank you.
Adrian Keys.
Hey, thank you. Good morning. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. First, I really want to thank you for giving the gentleman from Indian Creek Lodge a little bit more time. I think that's a really important conversation and is really endemic to some of the management issues we've seen with our water for some time. My comments for today have to do with the Hayfork transfer station, and it kind of dovetails a little bit into the tub grinder. I'll start with the tub grinder. Sell that thing. get rid of it. It's never going to get used. It's never been used. It was a boondoggle to begin with. I don't know why we have it. It needs to go. And then ideally, that money could be allocated to some of our solid waste facilities for some really specific improvements that need to be made. I think that those improvements should be gathered through the employees of those, not through me, because I don't have all that information. But I would say something that's sorely lacking at the Hayfork transfer station is the ability to get rid of construction waste. It's a nightmare. Every once in a while, you can bring in like 2 cans if you chop all your wood pieces up in a size that's small enough to fit in them. Sometimes you could bring in a small amount and put it in a certain dumpster, but you can't know until you get there whether you're going to be able to dispose of that material or not. And so just from my personal observation and my personal experience, it's making it just excessively difficult to dispose of construction material, debris, and waste in a responsible manner. And that's it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right. Thank you. With that, we will close public comment. Reports and announcements. Do we have any department heads wishing to report? Okay, I see none in the room. Any on Zoom?
Drew? Can't hear you, Drew.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plavani, Trinity County Planning Department, Cannabis Division Director. I just wanted to give you some brief licensing stats updates. Currently, we have 215 active small cultivation licenses that have been issued, and we have 4 on the desk to go out today. So that'll get us to 219. We have noticed 252 Appendix C documents, and we are still sitting at 417 total submitted Appendix Cs, which leaves 165 projects for us to finalize and hopefully license before the end of this year.
Thank you.
Drew,
Any
can you
questions?
just clarify? So 417 Appendix C documents have been submitted for review. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, total from, late.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right. Report from County Administrative Officer, CEO Tyhill.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple items. So just I want to make a statement on the cyber incident. This same message has gone out to the Trinity Journal, and I think they're going to be publishing something. The same type of information has gone out to all county employees. But I want to make a public statement here that Trinity County recently experienced a cybersecurity incident impacting some of our systems. Upon discovery of the incident, through the county insurance provider, we immediately engaged a third-party forensic firm to conduct a thorough investigation into the nature and scope of this incident. And our investigation is ongoing. Our primary focus remains on a safe and efficient remediation process, the protection of the data we maintain, and the restoration of our systems. And as I can, I will provide more updates on that particular topic. Kind of going along with what Corey talked about, there was a federal fishery disaster declaration and an economic injury disaster loan worksheet that was due to Philip and the county OES on June 14th. There were some questions on that as far as, how exactly it needed to be submitted, when it was submitted. This obviously was affected by the county cyber incident, and there were some concerns regarding the deadline, but I just want to make sure everybody is aware that the county has in fact opted into that program, and more information will be forthcoming. This first stage was simply to determine if the county had enough potential impact that we would opt into the larger state program, which we have in fact done. So there will be more information coming out on how to go about that. And if I misstated or screwed anything up, I'm sure Philip will correct me, which is absolutely fine. Regarding the housing and grants, I'd previously made some statements in this forum that our housing and grants division director position is now vacant. And I just want to reiterate that actions have been taken to absorb the workload within HHS housing and then the CEO administration section. So if there's any questions or any issues out there regarding the housing side of things, I will refer those to the HHS housing area. And then for the existing grants, we're working those within the confines of the CAO office. Most of those are with individuals, and we have been in contact and are continually in contact with those individuals who are affected by that. We concluded our first round of initial budget hearings the first and second week of July. And we've made some significant progress, but we do have significant work to do. And that progress will continue throughout the next month and a half or so. And then at the appropriate time, prior to September, we will come back to the board in a more formal way, but the budget process does continue. My final item, I want to publicly read and recognize what I would call a nice attaboy letter for our public or for our solid waste department from Hayfork. And Adrian, if you're still on, I will reach out to you and we will have some further discussion on your comment. The first time I met Wendy at the Hayfork solid waste transfer site, I wanted to tip her, and she explained that employees were not allowed to accept tips. It's rare to find someone so honest with the integrity and professionalism expected from someone working with the public. Another time, I inquired about the voucher for the free dumping that I had read about in the newspaper. I explained that I had been snowed in for a month and did not learn about the offer until I was able to go to town to access services. Wendy sympathetically told me that the Caltrans vouchers were all gone. Wendy is consistently friendly and helpful, and I'm grateful for her service. So I'd just like to recognize some of the, just solid and exceptional employees we have in the county, and thank Wendy for her service. And that is all I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, reports from Board of Supervisors. Certainly.
When is the expiration date for the worksheet? The last day we can send it in? Say it again?
You'll need to speak into the mic.
So he has to submit them by Friday, this week, and yes, the 21st.
Yeah, I'll be submitting them on Friday.
But can we clarify, because I think there's also been confusion about this. We don't need to have everyone that thinks they were impacted respond. We just needed enough to be able to get into the program, correct?
That deadline was last Friday.
Okay.
And so which we met that deadline. But they would like to have all of the forms submitted by this Friday.
Okay, so there is still value to more people submitting?
Yes,
okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
And do you have to have submitted a form at this time in order to be considered for future benefit from this?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe that what they want to see is the impact in the different counties. The state wants to see that impact. So the more that we can show by this deadline, the better. But I believe that it's going to open it up for the entire county.
Okay.
And I can say once I get some more information, I'm hoping to get some information on it tomorrow. And then I can update the board on that.
Okay. If you'll share that link with me, I'll get it out via channels as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Reports from Board of Supervisors. We'll start with Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
First, I just want to say I'm sorry that I missed the last meeting. I had some health issues occur that prevented me from coming, so I apologize for my absence. But since since the last time I was here, I was able to go on the Big Ranch tour with the collaborative, which was a very informative tour led by the U.S. Forest Service. It's very heart warming and exciting to see the potential projects that will be hitting the ground in our forest, helping us with fire resiliency and our ability to get around in the Forest Service roads with those setbacks being done. And then I also went on the boat tour with the TRP in Junction City there. That was a fun morning. It was amazing to me how many people from outside of our area came and went on that. People from the Bay Area and different places came. It was very fun. It was a very good time. I also attended a meeting hosted by the Prescribed Burn Association in Willow Creek. It brought together many folks who make emergency decisions, and then also just the players, if you will, who service Eastern Humboldt and Western Trinity right there on that line. We have these meetings, I think quarterly. It just helps us all know each other's names and how to work best together across the county line and not get caught up on the your side, our side kind of line issues that sometimes occur. And then I am leaving for NACO. And then upon my return from NACO, I'll be headed out to CSAC at the end of next week. But I just wanted to take a minute just to let my constituents know that I'm hearing you, and this is kind of a little short list of the things that I know that you're concerned about. The heat exposure for our solid waste personnel in the Burnt Ranch area is something many people have brought to my attention. There is some positive news coming out of dispatch with our volunteer fire departments. It's working better, so that is important. And then just recently, an increased interest in PUD service to Western County over Pacific Gas and Electric. People are just really hoping for an option out if they had it. And then also that Pacific Gas and Electric is putting in their the lines are going in underground. So anybody traveling 299 west, be prepared for that road work. Will be continuing for many, many months as they move from above ground lines to underground lines. But otherwise, there's a lot of good things happening in District 4 and a lot of positive activities. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gogan.
I was at the fair this weekend, and it was, besides being very hot, it was a huge success. Thanks to Carrie, the whole board out there, for bringing that together. It's a huge task, a great fair. The kids enjoy it. The auction, again, was a huge success with Trinity River Lumber leading the way in the auctions, and also a legal cannabis grower from District 3 were the top two donators. But thank everybody who donated in the auction for the kids. It was really a super auction again this year, and we're thankful for that. The Derby was unbelievable. Again, 100 and something degrees at night, but the kids loved it. It was a great, just a great weekend, and I can't thank them enough. And Hayfork out there for doing what they do. It was really a nice weekend. To address some of what Corey had to say today, who spoke public comment, I was going to say this anyways, but there has been some gill rot at the Junction City Weir. It's a little bit high for this time of year. They sent out Ken Linke from California Wildlife was out there, and he confirmed that they have seen an above average prevalence of gill rot among fish trapped at the Junction City Weir. It was discussed 2 days ago at a Klamath Basin wide meeting, and this did not raise concerns. That's kind of questionable to me why an above average amount doesn't raise concerns. So I think we'll get a little more into that as time goes on. At this point, I think generally you would have to do a pulse flow to dilute this gill rot. Yeah, I really don't think that's in the plans right now. So let's hope this doesn't get much worse than it is. We got a very, very supportive letter from our Congressman Huffman about the water flows and what has been kind of the objective of Trinity County to have a separation from the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to be our own EIS and be considered different from those two entities, which we seriously and badly need to be. Getting lumped in with those has been kind of a death knell for this county and its water rights. Myself, Heidi, and Trent will be sitting down with Congressman Huffman in a week or two to discuss more of these things and to start honing in on some concerns. There's a ton of concerns out there, and they're very wide ranging, from boat docks to lake to river to fish to just a ton of things. We need to start to focus kind of narrowly on a few of the top things and get these groups to have a narrow focus on what we should be doing now to move this project forward. And with that being said, I need to say that this is more of a marathon than a sprint. We're going to be in this for a long, long time. This is not going to be an overnight, over a year. This is a long, long process that we're starting to, maybe win a little bit of the battle, but we're in the very initial stages of it. We will keep fighting, but by all means, this is not a short-term project that we're in. This is a year, 2 to 5 to 10-year process, and we're at it, and we will keep at it. And I think we're making progress. So thanks to everybody involved.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frazier.
I don't have a lot to report this go around. I did meet actually yesterday with a young lady named Katie Barr she's a master's degree student from Humboldt State University. She's doing research into fire recovery. She's comparing fire recovery efforts from the August complex. Can't remember the name of the other two fires, but the fire that impacted Happy Camp, I think it was the Snyder fire, and then a fire that impacted a couple of more urban communities in southeastern Oregon. And so there, I think, was where it was. She's comparing how the recovery happened in a very rural area compared to a fairly rural area to a more urban setting. And so I actually sat down with her for probably 2 or 3 hours last night and was interviewed. She's just going around the communities of Ruth and Xenia, Kettenpalm, interviewing people who were impacted by the fire and such. So I asked her when she has a product, if she would share that with the board. And she said she would be really glad to give a presentation, but it's probably going to be next year. So she's actually planning on her research taking this summer, and then next summer will be when she comes up with a product. So anyway, that's something that I kind of look forward to in the future to see what she comes up with. And if anybody wants that information, I do have it here. She sent enough that I can share with you, the board.
Nice, thank you. Maybe I would love to see it. Maybe have Ashley scan it and send it out.
I have a copy for you.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Whoa.
I have a card also I can give you later.
Nice, thank you. All right, Supervisor Litweiler.
Okay, out of county travel. I was in Wairika last Thursday and Friday for the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting. And I don't know, I guess somebody here can advise on how we can address this if it's not specifically on the agenda. But because I was there, but as an alternate, I have been asked to participate in one or more ad hoc committees. I was informed that as an alternate, if the primaries attend, then I would not be able to be reimbursed for work that I did in terms of traveling and expenses if those are in-person meetings. And so since Heidi and Liam are the primaries, I basically need to figure out if we're going to shift that so that I'm one of those people and can do things under the county coverage, or they're going to participate in the future and they need to look at the ad hoc committees. So I don't know if we can discuss that here since it's not an agenda item, but at some point soon I need to respond.
Probably, I would say agendize it for August. We'll make that decision as a board.
Okay. All right. So I'll just let them know that pending how we're going to move forward with support of that particular organization. I have to say it was a very interesting and encouraging 2-day meeting. That group works extremely well together. They have done a tremendous amount of great work. And one of the things that's most telling is that they've had over $110 million worth of projects. 95% of the money goes into the project, not administration. Wow. And the group is very linked with the tribes. That is a co-chair environment where a county representative is a co-chair and a tribal representative is a co-chair. The tribal representatives are trying to represent the 34 tribes that are covered in the 10 county area involved in this organization. But it's all about resource management. They continue to do great work. We have our Trinity County representative to the technical peer review committee who actually looks at the projects and says, good idea, bad idea, whether we should do things, is someone that works with the Yurok tribe, and she is the co-chair of that organization. So Trinity County is well represented in that sense. And it's just, however we support them, we need to support them because they can do some great work for us. One of the things that I put forward as we were talking about potential priorities was the possibility of a big project to do environmental cleanup from illegal cannabis operations. And as they were looking at the different options that they might have to pursue in the future, one of the points I was trying to make is that probably much like other counties, we have a housing problem. We have properties that have been damaged so greatly with environmental problems that people don't want to buy them because the cleanup costs are too extreme, which means they stay out of housing. Because we don't have housing, we can't hire people, so it affects the economy. So it's a trifecta project where you could improve health of the environment, you can improve housing, and you can improve economic development. So I think that did go forward as one of the things that they're going to pursue. But there were others, and I'll be issuing a full report on that I'll share with all supervisors through Ashley so that you can have those notes. Airport Advisory Committee, Director Kokas has confirmed a timing and location for our first meeting. It's going to be Monday, July 31st from 3 to 4 p.m. in the meeting room of the Redding Rancheria facility in Weaverville. Agenda and such will follow. Met with the Trinity County Fire Chiefs Association last week. There was some discussion regarding the potential need for updates to ordinances as it relates to legal use of fireworks. And I'll just get more details from them and bring that back to the board at the appropriate time. NORTEC, which is the Northern Rural Training and Employment Consortium, so basically a workforce development organization. I'm continuing as chair and facilitator of a new subcommittee for them, and we will be meeting again. I'm meeting with the CEO next week, and then the committee is meeting the first week of August, and we'll have more information to share on that soon. For SCED, the Superior California Economic Development District, the executive director of that organization has gotten involved with us in our Trinity County economic development efforts, and he will be attending our economic development workshop on Wednesday and is staying close to some of the work that we're doing in that area. And some other items, I wanted to share that I've received a number of constituent concerns of late, and they have a broad range, but I did want to note that CAO Tuttle and I were in Coffee Creek Sunday to meet with some constituents there that had some concerns about how some things were being addressed there with the need to enforce ordinances that have to do with environmental health and with support of that particular business. So we're continuing to look into that and finding the right balance for moving that forward. And as CAO Tuttle acknowledged, I think we invested about 30 hours in the process of departmental budget reviews over the last 2 weeks. But it was extremely informative and certainly gave me more insight into the complexity of both of how the money comes in and how it can go out of the various departments. And it also made it really clear the challenge that we do face in finding the best way to balance a $6 million gap. But it was a very collaborative, detailed effort, and I have all the confidence in the world of the work that's being done. So thank you for the opportunity.
Right. I was at the RCRC meeting on Wednesday, and I also realized in another report to another group, maybe we use our acronyms a little too freely, and that's difficult. So this is the Rural County Representatives of California. It's a 40-county subset of CSAC. So that's the California State Association of Counties, and that's the gentleman that we heard from this morning. Graham Canals is the CEO of that. So we, each of the 40 member counties then sends a delegate, and we form an executive board. And they have a CEO and staff who predominantly advocate for us. And so the needs, one of the most positive, encouraging things about attending the meetings is to, again, relearn we're not alone. It can really feel that way, that our needs are very specific to us and us alone, and that is very much not the case. So I'm just going to go over just briefly a few of the things that were highlighted there. If anybody wants more information into them, and there's certain things I will forward out to Supervisor Lutweiler that you can take to the Fire Safe Council and to, well, actually I go there, Fire Chiefs meeting is what I meant. This information relates to the governor's behavioral health modernization proposal. It's an overview. There's a couple of bills that are involved. AB 531 is a bond measure, $4.68 billion of general obligation housing, a housing bond that would fund construction of an estimated 10,000 new clinic beds and homes, creation of 1,800 units for veterans, and a limited CEQA exemption included for development projects funded through the bond. SB 326 is a Behavioral Health Services Act. Expands services to include treatment for substance use disorders. It modifies existing funding buckets. And so RCRC's priorities, just to kind of show you what they do, is they make sure that if these go forward, there's flexibility for rural counties, ensure equity in the withholding sanction process, and provide fiscal protections for those. So while those all sound like good things, the way they get implemented can sometimes be problematic for small counties. And so they work to that end. We had as a guest speaker, Yana Garcia. She is the secretary for Cal EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency. So to differentiate that from the federal, she addressed the RCRC Board of Directors on their initiatives, particularly on implementation of SB 1383, which is hazardous waste management, air quality in wildfire areas, and water rights. That was a really interesting discussion. And so I'll just give you a little picture of it, because when she concluded her presentation, the RCRC president addressed her and thanked her for her bravery to enter the room and admonished us to be kind in our comments in response to her, because so many of the things that they're putting forward at the state level will really shut down a lot of the things that make the true Northern California produce what it does and how effectively it does. For example, the gentleman sitting next to me is a supervisor from Del Norte, and he shared with us that produce that can no longer be sold in their local Safeway store used to be used to feed local kids 4-H animals. And now, because of the definition of hazardous waste, that has to be trucked all the way to the city for proper hazardous waste disposal. Exactly. So we were encouraged to invite Ms. Garcia, and she's a lovely person. I think she's just not well informed. invite her to our different counties and help her to see firsthand really what it is that we're talking about so that it takes place in a real world environment and she has a little different picture of what reality is and what the impacts of some of these decisions would be. And she seems amiable to that. So we'll be inviting her to Trinity County. And I've already spoken with the PUD general manager to see if he would arrange a tour for specifically what the impacts would be if they are forced to use only electrically powered trucks on some of the things that they do, which just won't work. So it would be good if we could engage her in a positive way and help to kind of re-educate a little bit. Another important issue to all of us, of course, our state wildfire and forest resilience legislation as a topic. So Assembly Bill AB 54 would have required the California Department of Food and Agriculture to study the impacts of wildfire smoke on wine grapes and establish an advisory committee to make recommendations to the CDFA on the research. And this is an RCRC supported bill, and it was held in the Assembly Agriculture Committee. So that's being looked at. AB 297 would extend the ability of CAL FIRE to make advance payments on grants for fire prevention and home hardening education activities through its local assistance grant program through January 1st of 2034. RCRC, of course, supports this. It recently passed the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee, and it's been placed on consent and now awaits action in the Senate Appropriations Committee. AB 338 would expand the definition of public works to include fuel reduction work done on contract and paid for in whole or in part by public funds, thereby requiring prevailing wage to be paid for community fuels treatment and forest resiliency projects. So, I just kind of go over these lightly because you can picture in your mind what that would do to us if some of these things move forward. And so those things will certainly be passing on to the Fire Safe Council as well as they participate in advocacy on those. There's been a lot of discussion over the California Fire Hazard Severity Zone maps. Public comment on those maps has been extended through August 9th of 23. If you would like to make comment on that, I can help you know how to access that portal. They do look at and respond to, and there have been changes to the maps made based on some of the comments received. You should know that these mapping hazards are not defined projects. In other words, let me back up a little bit. These maps map hazards, not risk, like topography, fuels, weather. So while they are not defining projects or how homes are built, they are used for building standards for new construction in the wildland urban interface. You'll hear that referred to as a WUI. That's us. They're used for natural hazard real estate disclosure. They're used for property development standards such as road widths, water supply, and signage, and for consideration for general plan updates. So, the outcomes of these certainly are impactful, and just realize that comments need to be facts that you're aware of, places in the maps that you see inaccuracies, or data that you are aware of. I feel this is wrong. You'll be responded to because they must respond to all comments, but those aren't the sorts of things that will make changes. So we need to just, for expectation's sake, have that awareness. So that is the end of my report. So checking time, let's just move right on here. We are again going to break at 12:45. It's 12:10. I'd like to just move into the consent calendar. These items.
We still have to report out from ad hoc.
One moment. Report out from ad hocs. Trinity County Water ad hoc. Do you have anything to report out? Yeah. The cannabis ordinance. Thank you.
Do you want to start out?
Okay. We recently decided to lengthen the amount of time allocated to preparing the proposed updates. We had been talking about June and July timeframes for having public workshops. both because we wanted staff to have more time to allocate to processing applications in advance of the cultivation season, and because we just want to make sure that we invest the right amount of time to do this right, so that we don't have to keep coming back to the well, if you will. We're now looking at the end of the year, the first part of next year for those public workshops. I think the timeframe was end of the year so that we could be bringing to the board in January. So that's an update, and we'll communicate something more specific here in the near future. But just a heads up to folks, and we were trying to work beyond the harvest, the traditional harvest season for the cultivators so that they could participate without burden, and also get it done soon enough that we weren't hindering the application process for next year. So it's a balancing act, but that's where we are at this point. The email address, to kind of comment, I got some of those comments earlier. The email address that's out there, cannabis.ordinance@trinitycounty.org, is basically so that anyone can look at our current ordinances and say, here are things I think that the ad hoc committee should consider when making updates. And so the real thing that people need to look at is, well, what's out there and what do I think needs to change? That's the input we're looking for right now. And the driver behind a lot of this is there are some inconsistencies between ordinances because of the way they were pulled together at different times. And also there are just opportunities to make improvements, hopefully streamline processes and so forth. But we will at some point be bringing forward the proposals so that there is ample time for public input, and that will be a very interactive, engaged set of public workshops to make sure that everyone has a chance to weigh in. And then separately from that, but it's related, I did spend a couple of hours touring a cultivation operation last Saturday, and it was very informative.
And then I would like to add just a little bit to that, and kind of in response to Nancy's question earlier about why the ad hoc is no longer engaged in the public. It's not the same ad hoc. The ad hoc that we had last year with Keith Groves and myself was entirely different. We were actually trying to help staff. We were working as quasi staff to take the public input and filter it, try to consolidate it, and present that to staff because they didn't have anyone at the counter. This is different. The ad hoc now, what Rick and I are doing is working with staff if they have questions like, hey, how do you think we should address this? Or if we have input that we're getting from our constituents, say these are the things we think need to be fixed in this ordinance, or these are the things that we don't think fit with state law. We're not, and when those changes to the ordinance are put together, then we'll have the public comment portion where people will be able to comment on it and it will be available. Right now, if you have any concerns that something you really think needs to be changed, send that to us and we can try to incorporate that into the changes we're proposing. So we're not backroom changing everything and then just going to present it to the board and try to get it passed. There's going to be a long public input period. We're going to have two public workshops and stuff. So there'll be, it's a long process. Hopefully we'll get them all tied together.
I wonder if there's a way to check for understanding if folks don't understand this process, or if they don't appreciate the process and wish that there could be other components added to it. Can we find a way to, I just want everybody to be on the same page as we go through this, that it is understood and feels healthy as we move through it.
I think we can provide the same communication method from the cannabis department to whomever might have questions that would come in there. Like Supervisor Lukewater had mentioned, there is a input mechanism for them via the email address that goes to pretty much everybody in the cannabis division, and they are taking that input, But I think as far as the process and maybe some confusion between the previous ad hoc and this ad hoc and what this current ad hoc is doing, I think forums like this, and we can also explain that from a staff to whomever may come in at the public counter there, based upon what's being said and clarified right now.
Sure. And maybe just so there isn't mix up in confusion in the communication, maybe you gentlemen could just kind of write up, this is your statement, maybe as you almost kind of put it today, this is what the ad hoc does. That way, when staff are trying to communicate to folks that come in, it's the same message. It's the one that we are.
And I think we actually have that already written up because Rick presented it one time, and we can give that we can post that on the window at the cannabis division if we need to or whatever. But I'll try to make it clear that we're not running the cannabis department. We're trying to help them any way we can to come up with an ordinance that'll be functional when it gets presented to the public.
And maybe along with that, under the general understanding, you could spell out the timeline that you've just kind of created here for us to know what that is.
Yeah. Drew did create and share with the committee at the last meeting a specific timeline. So we'll be able to share that.
Okay, great. Economic development, you did share some things in your board report and the meeting as well. Do you have something further to add?
I think just the main thing is just to re-emphasize this is open to the public. The time-sensitive nature of it is that there is economic development funding that will be decided upon in the first stages in the next 2 to 3 months. And so we're trying to make sure that we as Trinity County collectively are in the best position to respond to that, so that just as we heard from Carla with the Arts Council, we can get more than our fair share instead of missing out as we often have in the past. So it will be a brief educational part about what's going on with that particular set of funding and what ideas we've already collected. But then it will be very interactive to gather other ideas and then to let everybody who's in attendance weigh in on which things they think should be put forward, and so that we can see where we have the greatest support. Okay. So I hope people will join us.
And I did attend an update workshop on the SURF funds. It feels like one of those things that's developing over time. The more people see issues and, hey, this isn't working well, they move the needle just a little bit. They've now created another pot of money that will be doled out to start to try to expedite projects, or I can see it working for some, it works against others. It was a lively discussion on the public comment end of it. And so it's just one of those things where when you try to develop the program while the program's in process, it doesn't work necessarily so well. And so I don't know, I guess if anything, I'm trying to manage expectations with that comment. I also met with Alec Domka and CEO Tuthill and Alec and General Services there that opened the building for us. And we toured the CD Hall to show him exactly. I had requested of him, did he potentially have time to serve Trinity by creating a feasibility study on some expanded uses, potential uses of that facility that might further economic development. Things like utilizing it potentially to house, as a business incubator. If we added to the kitchen, would we be able to host more events there? Would we would that building be chosen as a place to rent if it was a more comfortable space, a more provisional space to rent and use? The list kind of goes on. And there's two pieces of that are exciting. The one is we really have not engaged this opportunity for Music Cooperative Extension. We are a part of that. And so he is serving Trinity in that way. And so the results of that study then will help to define what potential may be there, and whether that's a fit for this funding or other funding. That will be a useful document. So nice to be able to get some return on that investment. And that is what I have for, that ends that report. And now we will move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Is there anyone board members wishing to actually an open public comment on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
All right, thank you for that. Any board members wishing to pull any items? All right, with that, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Frazier, Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan, Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, moving into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board or staff or the public may request that an item be heard out of order. Does anyone have need to change the order of any items heard? All right, item 4.1. Waive the reading of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 2.34.050 pertaining to children and families First Five Commission, introduced January 21st, 2016. Director Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair, member of the board. I guess it's Chair of the First Five Commission right now. This is a follow-up item where we were requesting from our last meeting that was affirmed to change our board composition to the minimum, moving from 9 members to 5 to increase participation. So no further comment.
All right, thank you. Any questions of board members? All right, we will open public comment. See none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment and call for a motion on this item.
Move to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Item 4.2. Pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 8.90.170, consider Aiden Carroll request for exemption from the code enforcement appeal fee of $1,050 for notice of violation number 1356. Potential loss of revenue to the general fund in the amount of $1,050. And we will initiate this conversation with the CEO, Tael.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this discussion is not on the actual notice of violation itself, which has been issued. This is the part where the Board of Supervisors may consider the application's request to waive the fees associated with the notice of violation as it goes through the process. And the applicants are here to appeal or present their case for this fee waiver. This is different than like a fee waiver that I have authority over that we've talked about before, where that's a service that the county provides, like solid waste or rental of a facility or something like that. This is a fee associated with the notice of violation out of our county code.
All right. Questions of board members?
I have 7 copies of information.
Well, we'll need to, do we take public comment? He presents first.
You can present first and take public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm sorry for that. It's just a little procedural clarification that I needed. So please continue.
I have 7 copies for each of the chairmen and give it to the supervisors. And that has like my financial records, taxes, some bank statements and whatnot, just to prove to you guys my job and my funds are all legal and whatnot. And I am in the process of I just moved out of our house in Arcata in McKinleyville where we rent. I have 2 kids of my own and 2 stepkids. I live with my wife, Heather. And we just recently moved out to our farm in, I guess you could call it Douglas City, Junction City, Weaverville. I kind of don't really know exactly. It's kind of in the middle of all 3, what exactly county I'm in. Because we are in the process of turning it into a residency. It doesn't have a septic tank. I drilled a well last year with Shasta well drilling to get water, and that was permitted by the Fish and Wildlife. So I'm in the process of trying to get my family out there and live out here in Trinity County full time and be a full resident. I've been in Trinity County ever since I was a little kid. My grandma and grandpa lived in Coffee Creek, and my mom and dad have a home in Hawkins Bar. I love Trinity County. I would really like to become full-time resident here. And I am in the process right now working, my wife and I, with the county and the cannabis department to fully permit our cannabis farm and get into full compliance. I just recently, 2 days ago, sent pictures to Ron Whitman, the Corporal Ron Whitman, with the code enforcement to show him that I had cut all the plants and it pretty much come into full compliance. I did want to appeal originally because we were growing under the Act 215, and I just did not do my due diligence with the county, and I thought that 215s were still, in effect. It was a mistake on my end. I should have done my due diligence, and I'm sorry for that.
All right. I need a little bit of guidance from council if I could. Procedurally, I'm struggling.
So this is just falling under, like it said, the 8.9170, which just so you have that in front of you. I don't know if you are aware of that code section. It allows you to consider applications for exemption of any filing fees. You can hear him out, you can discuss it, and then take public comment and bring it back up to deliberate if you'd like.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Questions of board members? All right. Thank you.
Yep.
And with that, we will open public comment.
Okay. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you. See none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
All right. With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
So I have a question. So this says exemption from code enforcement appeal fee.
That's correct. That's what this is brought under. So it's the filing fees that they submit to appeal.
And did I just hear that they were going to appeal and now are not?
That's what I heard as well.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand.
So I still have to appeal because
Go ahead and use the mic, please.
I have genetics and cannabis genetics I've been working on for the last 8 to 10 years. High CBD strains that I really didn't want to just chop and let go, especially since I've, been working on them for my grandma and whatnot for her health. And so I was hoping to see if they would give me more time to maybe potentially see if they would let me keep 99 plants under my 215 Act. There was a total of 2,500 square feet of canopy that I had, and probably close to around 160, 150 plants in total. I cut down to 99. When the violation happened, I think on around the 23rd or 24th of June. And the more work I did with the county and the cannabis department, I learned that you can't have pretty much any plants out there in the process of trying to get the property to compliance and into permitting. So it was, I think several days ago on the 15th is when I sent Corporal Whitman the picture of just of all the plants cut down and the farm fully chopped. because I want to move forward with the county and the cannabis permit and department.
So I'm still lost on what you said. I still need to appeal because I want to keep plants, but then I heard you say I cut down all the plants. So I'm getting lost in the details.
Sorry, I'm Heather Yates. Good afternoon. They're saying that we need to still appeal so we don't have to pay the $1,000 a day fee from the first. So we're trying to appeal so we don't have to go back to the 23rd and pay $1,000 or $2,000 a day. So he said, even though the plants are gone, we still have to follow through or else we're going to be charged.
Because he told us we had 7 days to come into compliance to where we wouldn't get charged that $1,000 a day. And we discussed it and we decided and thought like maybe we'd appeal and start the process. And the more research and the due diligence that we did with the county and to move forward and to receive a permit and a cannabis permit, we'd have to have 0 plants in any of our greenhouses. And
Understand. And who handles the appeal?
Usually a hearing officer handles the appeal, but just to be very clear, this is just a request for an exemption from appeal filing fees. You're not addressing whether or not there's any merit to the appeal. You're just determining whether or not there's an undue hardship that merits a waiver of the fees he has to file to appeal the citation.
And I have a question for you. Do you know if this is something that county council has looked at? Because it seems like it would be one of our, you do this and we'll reduce your fees scenarios anyway.
I mean, whether or not it's been negotiated?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So,
but you can determine an amount that has to be paid as well per the code.
yeah, usually when county council negotiates those, there is still a fee to be paid, but I just was wondering if this was something that had already been through that process or this is brand new.
I'm not aware of it going through that process, but like I said, the code does allow for you to determine how much, if any, should be paid.
That we've had a lot of those settlements in the past where their fees reduced. We gave, I can't even remember the amount of authority we granted county council to reduce it by in order to get people in compliance.
45%.
And then we had some that came back to the board that were reduced 100% because of extenuating circumstances and stuff. So,
with that process, would it need this appeal fee? These are 2 different processes?
No.
So if it went through that process, you had already given county council, sounds like authority for 45% reduction. It would come to you if they wanted more than that, or if they didn't accept that.
or if county council suggested more than that or whatever.
Correct.
So
is that possible to suggest that process in lieu of this at this time?
You could refer it to county council and have them come back. It does say that you have to make that decision before any actual appellate proceeding goes forward. So it would delay their ability to get to a hearing officer at that point. So to be specific, it says that they may file a request. The Board of Supervisors shall act on the request for exemption prior to any proceeding. So before the actual appeal could go forward with the hearing officer, the determination of the fees has to be made. Excuse me.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion for consideration? Or do you have further questions?
I do have, so just want to be clear, what you're appealing is the assessment of the $1,000 a day fine.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be.
And we have, I cut the whole entire farm on the 15th. So I think what we would be appealing would be the, whenever the fine comes into effect, which I don't know if that would be on the 1st of July or the 22nd of June. So it'd be appealing anywhere from, I think, $15,000 to $20,000 of fines.
But that's the appeal that he would be pursuing.
Yeah.
Right now.
I was just wondering what he was appealing.
Correct.
I want to know what we're waiving the appeal fee for. So
There was also a violation for the cabin not having the septic tank. But then we were talking with Cody and we feel like we might fall under ordinance 1363. So we're having him come out, but he wanted all the greenhouses emptied. Yeah. And so we're learning as we go along as well. Just pretty upset that we didn't do our due diligence and research everything.
At least for discussion purposes, I will move that we approve the exemption for the code enforcement appeal fee of $1,050 for notice of violation number 1356.
Is that in total, the 100% of the fee?
Yes.
Okay, I will second that motion if you'll amend it to also direct the applicant and to get in contact with county council and see if there's other more effective means to go forward than an actual appeal. If that,
It's negotiation.
yeah, if we can direct staff to work with the applicant, it would probably be better to find if there's a more cost-effective route forward.
To resolve the actual underlying issues with their site and the grow.
Yeah, rather than just go through the appeal process, if we can go through the process that we already have established, I think it would probably be a better fit. So, but I'm all for it.
And I'd be really hoping that $15,000, I mean, if we could save it, would all go towards compliance and permitting, getting the farm fully compliant and permitted.
Yeah, the county council would not have the authority to resolve a high penalty in that regard without it coming back to the board. So
what are those things called? Our settlement agreements. That's what if council does have authority to reduce the fees by up to 45-50%. I think that
there's a difference between the fees and the penalties.
Well, it's
So I have to
penalties.
double check that. Okay.
It is penalties because I signed hundreds of those things, I think, but where there could be a reduction, it wouldn't go away without coming back to the board, but at least we need to look at, I would like to direct staff, I know that might be Trent, to look into that or to work with council.
Just to make sure I'm totally clear, are you talking just about the penalty portion? Because it sounds like they're appealing whether or not they need a septic, and they're also appealing whether or not they have to destroy all the plants, including the genetic work they're doing.
How about we just say that we modify the motion to say direct staff to research the most streamlined, cost-effective way to deal with this matter.
Yeah,
and just come back and tell us, okay, it is the appeal, it's a negotiation, it's a combination of things. Because I think what we're really just trying to say is, let's find out what's the best way to approach this.
That's what I would like to know. I would like to know if there's a better means, because I know the appeal route it's
the difficulties that what you have before you is really the exemption. You're not talking about the underlying appeal at this junction, so that's not even agendized for consideration.
Yeah, my consideration is I don't want to waive fees for an appeal that we don't even need to have.
I'm not entirely comfortable tying the two together when you don't have it agendized that way.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right.
How about a subsequent motion to deny this appeal today and direct the applicant to pursue an alternate route?
So this isn't an appeal. This is a request for an exemption of the fees.
So
it can't have anything to do with what you're trying to say. It can't have anything
that's
to
all
do
that's
with
before you.
Correct.
You decide he can, that what your sole focus today on this issue is whether or not they have shown undue hardship for the purposes of justifying an exemption from the appellate fees. You're not talking about the underlying merits of the appeal. You're not talking about any of that. You're talking about whether or not they have shown you that there's an undue hardship to justify exemption from the appeal fees.
Okay. And question for CAO. if we were to honor this request, where does that money come from as far as our county budget is concerned? I'm wondering where the money comes from as far as our county budget is concerned.
So that would be $1,050. The general fund would not.
General fund dollars.
Would not go to the general fund.
Yeah.
That would pay for the hearing officer time, right?
So I guess since there's a motion on the table, I'm free to discuss.
Well, did you end up seconding when basically we can't do what you're wanting to do? So are you second as is?
And did you ever make a subsequent?
I know it's not fitting for the item.
Yeah, I can't really tie it together, but I would still second the motion so we can at least have some further discussion.
Okay. So I guess we're discussing undue hardship, but we also have to discuss cause and effect as it relates to all of the citizens of the county. So what has taken place is that and I don't know that I can even have this discussion because we're not to really discuss the merits of what has gone on. And so I guess I'm a little confused as to why we heard what the circumstances were beyond just financial reports.
I agree. That's not part of the consideration today. I mean, they had the floor, they have the right to talk to you, but really all today is about is whether or not they've established undue hardship for purposes of the fee. The county council still has the authority to engage with them. There's nothing that changes with regard to that. So the county council is free to engage with them and discuss alternatives to going forward with that appeal. Nothing changes that here today. We're really just talking about the fee.
Are we setting a precedent for undue hardship here?
This is, you're just making a determination on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not you think there's undue hardship, whether or not they've established that.
Whether it's accurate or not. I just did a Google search for the federal poverty line for a family of 6, and the Medi-Cal adjusted federal poverty level is 55,587. And this is reporting 43,325. Just as frame of reference.
Irregardless of your decision on whether to waive this fee of $1,050, we as a county will still follow the standard established process that we have done, like Supervisor Fraser said numerous times in the past. Whether that's negotiating down, whether that's looking at the actual violation itself and does it have merit or not, we will follow the standard process there. So I know this is hard to separate the two, but if undue financial hardship is established based upon your vote, we will then go forward with that without collecting a fee or with collecting the fee if they're able to do that. So I would recommend not to even look at the potential violation itself and what will or will not happen with that. Just solely focus on has the presentation established enough to create a vote on undue financial hardship for the $1,050 fee.
So there must be some sort of, in other words, if this was just cut and dried, people who make below whatever the poverty level is can have all fees waived for whatever goes on. This is subjective as to whether or not you wish to waive the fee, correct?
They do have to establish undue hardship, and that is what our ordinance says. It's to be strictly construed. So you're not supposed to view it in a liberal sense, but you're supposed to have them actually prove undue hardship, that they are unable to pay this without it causing an undue hardship on their finances.
So under the
you may have
ordinance, if
questions
it's
for that.
proved, the decision is made. Oh,
Well, and it's, I guess, timely that we just had the presentation we did about issues in Trinity County. I think I heard that our childcare costs are significantly higher than any other part of the state, or on average at least, that we have higher costs in many cases because of the rural nature and the fact that groceries and so forth, gas, all that often costs more. So even looking at a federal average for poverty, this seems to meet the criteria to me. And whether this part of subjectivity is supposed to play into it or not, I think part of what I look at is we seem to face a lot of situations in which people are fighting the processes and just basically wanting to get their way and not have to pay. And what I'm seeing is someone who is stepping forward and saying, we got it wrong. We've corrected our wrongs. We're trying to keep moving forward. And if you can help financially, we will be able to move forward as a family in a healthier financial way. So that's what the reasoning is in my head. And I know we're supposed to be making a decision about whether it is or isn't. And from my standpoint, it is, but fit within the poverty issues. And then I look at the rest of the story that influences my input. And even spending 30 hours reviewing departmental budgets, I would still support it.
I look at the world.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I look at the world through a lens of what if everybody did the thing I just did? From I just threw my gum on the ground to, whatever that may be. And if all 16,101 people of our county needed to, or I guess if we just looked at those that fell, I'm struggling. I'm struggling just with a thing called personal responsibility for the causes and effects of our actions. And I also understand there's times in our lives when we all need a hand up, not a hand out. And it's hard to draw that line, particularly, I guess it might have been easier. I didn't hear. And with every vote, you have to be able to justify to your percentage of the constituents why their tax dollars went toward the thing you decided that they went to. And so as I sit in silence, that's my brain out loud.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gogan, you had something?
Yeah. So in your business as a glass artist, you made $43,000 last year?
Yes, sir. I think in that ballpark, I also do some independent construction work as well. Yeah.
So it was a little more than 43?
No, that's combined.
All
Yeah.
in there?
Probably like 30 glass blowing, 10, 15. And that.
So let me ask you honestly, if we do have you vote for you to pay this $1,050 fine, is it really an undue hardship? Honestly.
I mean, the undue hardship is the $15,000 right now.
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about,
okay.
Aiden.
Thank you. I got your answer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If that's what you're asking us, we do not have $1,000, sir.
Okay.
Technical question. How does this fee get collected? Are there payment options for such, or does it have to be paid in full in order for the appeal to go forward?
It's usually paid in full. Actually, I don't know of a circumstance when it's not.
Does it have to be paid in full? Is there any payment?
That's the standard, is it's paid in full.
Standard,
Yes.
1,050. When would that be due?
If you decided to enforce it today, they would have to pay that within 10 days.
And then that would close a window on an opportunity for the appeal.
Yes.
They have to pay the fee for the appeal to go forward.
Yep.
This is hard because I don't know what we're supposed to. Currently, there's no guarantee that the appeal will be effective, right? So
It's not before you today.
that's
Today's the only thing is
yeah,
the
there's-
fee they have to pay to file the appellate papers to appeal the citation. That's all that's before you today. Not the merits of the appeal, whether the appeal occurs. It's whether or not they have to pay the fee to raise the appeal.
So I would say I'm hesitant to set a precedence here. But at this time, as we sit here, I think this is an undue hardship.
And to be clear, I know you've said this probably multiple times.
Slow learners.
Right. If there wasn't an appeal if the money was not paid within 10 days and there is no appeal, that process then becomes a conversation with county council over.
There's nothing to negotiate if they don't file for an appeal. The process with county council is resolving that appeal issue rather than going forward with a hearing officer. Like I said, that again is not before you today.
Right.
So Rick, did you want to make that motion one more time?
It's already made.
It's already made. There's a motion on the table to exempt entirely the fee, and that's been seconded for the purposes of discussion.
So is there any further discussions, or Supervisor Carpenter Harris, do you have something? No? You don't have to make a comment. I'm just
I don't wish to
offering.
make one. No.
Okay. And would anybody like to make a subsequent motion?
I will second.
It's already.
There is a motion and a second on the table. I'm asking if anyone wants to make a subsequent motion before I move this forward for a vote. Okay, would you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to approve as presented due to.
It's to approve the exemption of the fee. So they would not be responsible for paying any portion of the fee, because I believe Supervisor Leutwiler said 100% of the fee in his motion.
Correct. And due to financial hardship as discussed.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
I abstain.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
and Supervisor Cox.
No. All right, motion passes.
We're at lunch.
And we are, yeah, sorry. We are adjourned for lunch until 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry. Thank you. Don't forget.
You'll do that.
I know. I just wanted to remind you. Thank you.
Okay.
Photo finishing.
Are we good? Okay, it is 2 p.m. We are at this time opening our special meeting for the July 18, 2023 Trinity County Board of Supervisors. We have one item on a consent calendar. This item includes routine non-controversial matter. It will be acted upon by the board in one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on this item, you may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may wish to consider this item. Is there any public comment? This is weird how to handle one item on consent. Do I read the item?
I think you're good.
We're just good. Sorry.
I need to recuse myself from this item as my husband works for our ground construction at this time.
Okay. All right, I'll just read the item. We're approving amendment number 1 to the agreement with Roger Brown Construction Company Incorporated, increasing the maximum cost by $200,000 to provide transportation of storm-related spoils to a designated disposal site adjacent to the High Palm Airport. Maximum cost of contract is increased by $200,000, resulting in $300,000 to be reimbursed at 93.75% by FEMA Cal OES. And is there any public comment on this item? Any comments on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Lutweiler.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, that motion passes. With that, we will close the special meeting and we will
Quick and easy.
reopen our regular July 18 meeting, and we're just going to give a moment Supervisor Carpenter Harris to return.
Oh, man.
Oh, right. Mhm. It's true about that. Okay. Are we still locked or?
Heidi's.
Oh. Saw somebody was trying to get in. I thought maybe it was locked. Carla let me know she didn't realize the timing that this would take place, and she had to head back to relieve someone taking care of her children, I think. So she's not here. I see Travis is here, and there may be others online to help if we have questions about this next item.
Item 4.3, discuss and or provide direction to staff regarding the approval of the allocation of $127,000 of LATCF funds for TOT partners based on today's presentation. $127,000 from the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Funds. CAO Ted Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So on June 20th, we had preliminarily set aside $127,000 of the LATCF funds during the initial budget adoption process. for a future vote after we receive the presentation that was received today. So this item is for the board to formally discuss and vote on whether to formally finally allocate that $127,000 as appropriate.
And as a initial question, the 1% we discussed in the that we talked about this morning with Graham's presentation, this would not impact that.
This will not impact that. That was a separate item. That item was also on that list. We will bring that one back at the next meeting, similar to this one, for an actual vote.
Okay. All right. Any other technical questions from the board? All right, we'll open this to public comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Travis Finch. I'm with the Trinity County Visitor Center and the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce. And I just wanted to thank you for considering this item. And since Carla is not available, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. If you have, it is not. That will be at a later item. We are now on item 4.4 or 4.3 rather. So there probably is an agenda there on the table for your reference, if that would be helpful.
There's two different agendas. Which one is it?
The regular meeting. It's the one that says regular board meeting.
So at this point, we're going to move on with our item. Is there any public comment on Zoom? Tekla?
Hi, see, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. And I think I'm sorry, I just came in at this very moment, and I think we're talking about the $127,000.
You are right on time. Yes.
All right, right on. Okay, good. Start my minutes. I wanted to let folks know I'm Tekla Johnson. I work with the Weirville Chamber of Commerce, and I live and work in Trinity County here in Weaverville. I'm advocating today for an increase in tourism marketing funds for our county. As you guys heard earlier today, our sister counties all spend much more to promote tourism, and they're seeing really great returns and positive economic impacts as a result of that. An increase in funding would allow us to hire a dedicated tourism director and other personnel that would streamline, amplify, and solidify our current marketing efforts, eliminate redundancies, and increase efficiency amongst our TOT partners. Ultimately, this increased funding would allow us to tap into the tourism market and bring business and money to our communities. Today, I'd like to encourage you to allocate $127,000 in funding towards tourism marketing for Trinity County this year, and to consider allocating similar funding over the next 2 years. An investment of this sort would really generate the much needed funding for our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris?
Oh, this is Chris Williams. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks. This is Chris Williams, Weaverville. So I love Trinity County, as we all hopefully do. And we're a community that relies on a lot of tourism dollars. I'm amazed we haven't had a designated tourism entity to promote it in the past. For the last few months, I've been making short videos highlighting businesses around our county on behalf of the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce. And this has proved to be a great marketing tool inside and outside of our county, and the feedback has been incredibly positive. And while it's a privilege to serve as a secretary of our Weaverville Chamber, I'm also just a volunteer. We're all just volunteers with what feels like the weight of our county's economic livelihood upon our shoulders. Tourism dollars aren't just good for our local businesses, but it's good for every single person living in our community. Increased revenue streams means better infrastructure, roads, schools, social services, law enforcement, animal control, etc. Businesses can stay in business, diversify and expand their inventory and hours so that our hard-earned dollars can stay in our community. The opportunity to come together as TOT partners and try something new comes at a crucial moment for our county. So I ask that you approve our funding request that will allow us to concentrate our efforts for the betterment of our county. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Alves, Douglas City, but also with the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Recreation. It's exciting to have heard the presentation this morning from Carla and for the board to be considering investing in the economic development of Trinity County through tourism. There are, as Carla pointed out, many benefits to investing in this. Having someone that is working specifically on marketing Trinity County will be essential in being successful. I do encourage them to also find pathways to partner with other local large sporting events or festivals that are already underway and run by volunteers throughout the county, because that will only enhance their efforts and also be able to take their message worldwide, or as I always like to say, beyond our borders. So I do encourage you to find a way to fund this, and let's start telling the world and everybody about Trinity County in a smart, modern and clear way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no raised hands.
All right. We will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I would make a motion to approve 4.3 as stated.
Right.
I will second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gogan, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley, you want to call for the vote?
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Item 4.4, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance adding Trinity County Code Section 2.05 County Seal, no fiscal impact, CAO to L.
Thank you, Chair. So at the 20 June Board of Supervisors meeting, this subject was first introduced under agenda item 5.2. And now this is the follow-on to that. The ordinance has been presented as now it is presented today for final board review and vote.
Right. Any questions of board members?
Maybe one for council. If we vote to approve this, can we also direct staff to also pursue the trademark in the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
And, can you speak to the implications of taking this approach? I know there was consideration of both approaches and a number of reasons for doing in this area. And there were questions earlier about what does this really mean? What does it control? What can happen to someone who goes outside the policy? All those kinds of things. If you can just elaborate a little bit so we all understand what we're voting on.
Sure. It's going to be similar to a violation of other parts of the county code. You have it as a infraction. If they were to use the seal in an unauthorized manner, this is not unusual. A lot of counties and cities do this. There already is a penal code, which precludes legally the use of any government seal for the purposes of defrauding someone. So for instance, putting the county seal in a letter to try to get yourself out of a DUI or something along those lines. So there is already protections on the criminal side. This is just a civil side as well. And like I said, it's not unusual in this arena.
And would it be a similar matter to where if you had utilized that unknowingly, you would have a number of days to stop? Or is it one of those things where just ignorance of the law is no excuse?
Exactly. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And so it's not a situation where you're abating it. It's precluded.
Okay. And have we considered a method of communication to the public that this is now, I mean, if it were to pass, that it would now be something to be aware of?
Ordinances are have to be published as it is. So it would go through that same process and be published in a newspaper.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? So the clue to the public is when public comment is opened, then that's the time that the public can speak. And I'm now opening public comment. So if you would like to speak about the seal, this is your opportunity.
It just seems to me that this is a complete waste of time. This is certainly directed at exposetrinity.com. And I'm curious if council here has not read up on parody. I mean, I think you can research Larry Flint and see that parody is allowed. So I'm just wondering, is this just another giant waste of time and tax dollars to defend, which would be a lawsuit should we decide to use a seal that's a parody of yours? And then I wonder, what's bringing this on? Who's pushing y'all to do this? And then so I thought maybe I'd just pull your campaign funds and just see who's behind this. Rick, I see your number one donor is the guy that you only know from Rotary, 4.5 times more Underwood than your next donor. Who's number two? TAA. And then Jill, I looked at your campaign contributions. Seems Underwood's your public attorney now, your private attorney. So every email you sent, if private, should have been billed. My attorney's $700 an hour. And when he writes an email for me, $700. How many? There are hundreds of emails to you in Underwood. So I didn't see that in your campaign finance disclosure, and I'm wondering why.
So this is public comment specifically about this
This
seal.
is specifically about it.
No,
I am
it's not.
stating who I think is behind this. I think TAA is behind it. I'll tell you something else I didn't notice in your public in your funding is I didn't notice.
Do you have something to say about the seal?
I absolutely do. I think that what you're doing is indefensible. It's a waste of time, taxpayers' dollars. You're going to have to defend it in court, and it's already been beaten. I'm allowed political and public speech. And I'm also allowed to say what I think is the cause of this. And I think it's your campaign contributions or lack of reporting of. I noticed the trees that were removed from your property were not disclosed. We got something from TPUD telling us that Silvertop did it on Paul Hauser's request, our tax dollars. I didn't see a disclosure about that.
That has nothing to do with
because your treasurer is his wife. You two are corrupt, and you're doing this for TAA. This is a waste of time. You could do something to help this community other than to do whatever your boss tells you to do. And it is clear who your boss is. I see that the last person who got a time extension, well, who's that? That's Letton's project down there. No problem giving him time extra. No problem answering his questions. I haven't had a question answered in 8 years of being here. And I think I'm allowed to speak about what you do and what you claim and do not claim and who you are truly representing here. It is not us. This is a silly issue, and you're going to drag taxpayers in for more money in litigation on a losing case.
Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Move to approve as presented.
I will second if you'll amend your motion to also direct staff to pursue the trademark also.
One more time.
You're wanting to direct them to research it or pursue it?
To pursue it.
Okay.
So we'll have this ordinance in the interim while we pursue trademarking our seal.
So let me just ask council a question on that just to make sure. So I've done trademark protection before on a logo, and it takes months or to a year and costs thousands of dollars. Is that about right? I'm just trying to make sure we know what we're signing up for, that we're going to invest thousands of dollars.
Yes, that's correct. And that's outlined in your staff report as well. Goes
Okay,
through some
but
of the details of that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So I'll amend the motion to approve as written, approve with the addition of direction to staff to pursue trademark for our logo.
And I'll second that.
If that were to be the case, that item then would come before the board to approve any funding, correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Any discussion?
I have a couple questions. You mentioned earlier, council, if I can, that this is fairly common for counties to do this.
Yes, cities and counties often have ordinances or code sections precluding the use of the seal without authorization.
And that's predominantly, I would assume, to protect situations like what you mentioned earlier, someone taking the logo and writing a letter as if they were from Trinity County or trying to to do business as us when they're not us.
Right. So it goes a little bit further because the penal code actually requires intent to defraud, so that when you're using a seal under the penal code, you have to have the intention to defraud someone into believing that you're acting as a county or a city. The ordinance it doesn't make that limitation. So it just precludes the use of the county seal in any circumstances without the written permission and authorization of the CAO.
Okay, and then one more quick question. A lot of times when organizations are putting on big events, I see that they'll like stack all of the logos of the participating agencies on the bottom of the flyer in an attempt to just show, who's all coming. Would those people then have to get permission to put our logo on their flyers?
Yes, they would.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Well, they'd get the permission of the CAO, not the
Correct.
board. So just want to make that clear. Okay.
Okay.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Are we talking about a likeness to this? Something that looks.
It's for a court to decide.
I didn't know if that's already been decided before. I mean, I'm sure if you.
It depends it depends on how far you're going and if the attempt is to use the seal. So it would be, like I said, if there was some litigation that came about because of the use of the seal, we felt it was too close, or someone else disagreed, then that would be something that a trier fact would determine.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone care to make a competing motion? All right, call for the vote.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, that motion passes 5-0. Item 4.5, acknowledge receipt of the CAO's response to the grand jury report, DER 2022-001, abandoned vehicle abatement report. CAO Hill.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a follow-up item from back in February. The official report went back to the Superior Court on the 22nd of February 23, and it stated we would have a follow-up by no later than June 22nd. We missed that date by a little bit, so we are following up today with the complete report that we will put together and send back. I think each of you have reviewed that. I can go through and highlight a couple things with the abandoned vehicle program. I've talked a lot with the program owners, and there are some things we're going to do to enhance the program and make it more visible to the public, make it a little more easily accessible to the public via internet and social media type of platforms, a little more user friendly, if you will. So we have some work to do there. And then there's a little bit of an oversight aspect that the grand jury report brought out. And we will come before the board with an annual report, if you will, as far as, hey, this is the overview of the program. This is how many vehicles have been involved with the program. These are some of the issues that we're seeing. And we'll do that on an annual basis, starting in January of 24. So if not, I don't think it's valuable to go through each of the specific findings unless you want me to. I'm happy to run through those, or just if there I can take questions if there's any questions on the report that's been put forward.
I think we'll just go the question route. Anybody have questions that they would, or if you want to take it piece by piece, if anyone is more comfortable with that, we certainly can.
The only question I have is kind of a process related. Is this says we're acknowledging receipt of this? Is there going to be any further action on this? Are we going to, or are you the one responding to the grand jury?
This is the response. So that this will close out our formal requirements from a grand jury perspective.
That was what I wanted to know.
So our action as a board basically was that in February, we agreed that the onboarded CAO would have an answer. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure that this was the final piece of the puzzle.
Final piece.
Right. Okay, with that, we will open public comment. Any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board, entertain a motion.
And what is the motion that we acknowledge?
To acknowledge the receipt of the CEO's response.
I move to acknowledge.
Is this an item for approval, Amanda?
The grand jury report was seeking a response of the county. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Versus the CAO. Sometimes grand jury reports request the CAO's response. Other times it's.
As a county, we already responded to them, but part of the response was to, come back by June, which we have done with this report.
And you don't need to actually approve the contents of it. You're just acknowledging receipt.
So takes a motion and such or not?
Probably wouldn't hurt considering that was the direction before.
Okay. So motion to acknowledge.
And I'll second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right. Human Resources, item 4.6. Take the following actions effective July 1, 2023. 5 items. Number 1, approve a side letter agreement with the general unit revising salaries. Number 2, adopt a resolution revising salaries for non-rep general employees. Number 3, approve a side letter agreement with the management and confidential unit revising salaries. Number 4, adopt a resolution revising salaries for non-rep management employees. And number 5, adopt a resolution approving a revised alphabetical listing of classifications and salary schedule for Trinity County employees. Approximately $1,032,900 from the general fund and $2,143,459 from non-general fund departments. Director Hamilton.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Liz Hamilton, Interim HR Director. On behalf of the negotiating team, the county negotiating team and the union, we present this for approval. The 2 side letters and then the 3 resolution, and those are for the groups that are impacted naturally by the 2 side letters. I'm pleased with the way that the county and the union has worked together for this investment in staff due to the minimum wage increase and just addressing compaction issues. And so with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone? All right. Okay, with that, we will open public comment. See none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
Public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move to present. Approve as presented.
I will second.
Sometimes we break these apart. It's fine to do so with one motion.
If the motion is to approve all 5 at the same time.
Fine. All right. So we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler and a second by Supervisor Gogan. Is there any discussion?
I would just like to thank the folks who led this process. I know that can be very tricky and obviously impactful both to our employees as well as to the county. But I really appreciate the work done and information provided.
Okay.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right, item 4.7, approve a side letter agreement with IHSS establishing registry rights and replacing the page placeholder with the updated agreement. Director Hamilton.
Thank you. Let me shift my hat to sitting on the negotiating team for our public authority. And so as you're aware, we're in contract with our public authority until 2025. And we had agreed last year to work on a policy addressing registry, which we have done. And we are in agreement on that policy and are just looking to add this into our contract.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, we'll open public comment. None in the room.
No raised hands.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
Move to approve as presented.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Leweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris? Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Chairman Cox?
Aye. All right. We have one closed session item for today, item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5E, threat to public services or facilities consultation with Stephanie Augusta, Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent. Is there any public comment on this item? If none in the room.
I have no raised hands.
And none on Zoom. So with that, we will close the open session portion of our meeting today.